Chapter 11:21. The life force contained in the meat wall was clearly in a more mysterious form. Compared to normal life force, it was like the difference between water and ice. Although they were fundamentally the same thing, the life force in the meat wall was much more brilliant and pure. This might be why it could rapidly repair the meat wall. Insect nests stored a large amount of life force inside. This was the energy source for the insect race's incubation, and every hive had a life force nucleus. Now that this life force was so brilliant and pure, it was naturally difficult to deal with. Lu Yi did not know what the sect leader and the others had encountered, but judging from the changes in the meat wall, the enemy they faced was likely to have such characteristics. Otherwise, the top people in 9 provinces would not have fallen into such a predicament. In this way, if he could consume this life force, he could reduce some of the pressure on the sect leader and the others. This was also why Lu Yi deduced that even if he did not rush to the battlefield, he could still provide help to the sect leader and the others as long as he operated properly. His method was to devour, using the talent tree's power to devour, which was his strength. In an instant, a steady stream of life force was absorbed by the talent tree's roots and poured into Lu Ye's body. Looking inside, the talent tree immediately ignited a large amount of gray fog. It was not that this life force was poisonous, but it was an external power after all. After being burned and transformed by the talent tree, it could be turned into Lu Ye's own pure power. The restraining power of the meat wall around him kept increasing, which forced Lu Yi to activate the lotus sun every once in a while to buy himself enough time and space to breathe. The 3 forms of the tyrant blade, each form was more powerful than the last, but correspondingly the consumption would also increase. However, as the talent tree devoured and absorbed, the spiritual power consumed by Lu Yi was quickly replenished, and there was even a large amount left. This cycle repeated over and over again. At a certain point, when Lu Yi once again activated the lotus sun and broke through the walls of flesh around her, the place she was in became empty. The meat wall no longer grew. Not only that, but the meat wall under his feet was also rapidly disappearing, revealing the original appearance of the passage. Lu Ye's eyes drooped slightly. This sudden change made him even more certain of one thing. Previously, the various changes in the meat wall were controlled by a consciousness. However, as he used the power of the talent tree, the consciousness clearly sensed the strangeness of his methods. It knew that it could not trap him and would even be absorbed by him, so it did not force it. Lu Yi turned his head and looked around. The path he had come from was filled with walls of flesh, and the path ahead was the same. Only his current position, which was about 30 feet long, was still in the shape of an underground passage. It looked like he was trapped here, but how could this truly trap him? Holding the Pan-Shan saber, Shao Qin stepped forward. If the mountain did not come to him, he would come to the mountain. The wall of flesh in front of him began to wriggle and disappear. With every step he took, a section of the wall of flesh that filled the passageway disappeared. However, at the same time, the wall of flesh behind him began to grow, leaving him with only a free space of 30 feet. It was as if the meat wall had a mind of its own and was constantly shrinking as he moved forward. Even if Lu Yi changed his speed, the meat wall in front of him would still grow and shrink at the same time. Lu Yi was enlightened. This was not because it was afraid of him. It was a silent invitation. It was inviting him to enter the real battlefield. The hidden consciousness knew that the meat wall alone would not be able to do anything to him. If it wanted to get rid of him, it would have to let him enter the battlefield. This was exactly what Lu Yi wanted. He was originally a little worried about how to find the correct path in the winding passageway. However, since the other party wanted to invite him, he did not have to worry about not finding the right path. He just had to follow the direction in which the meat wall disappeared. His speed became faster and faster. Lu Yi could clearly feel that the ripples of battle were getting closer and closer to him, until a certain moment He charged into a huge space. In an instant, the ripples of spiritual power could be felt from all directions. In his field of vision, figures shuttled back and forth. Many mysterious techniques were used continuously. It was a lively scene. Lu Yi did not have time to observe the battlefield when he heard the sound of something breaking beside him. Following that, a sharp aura quickly attacked him. He quickly turned his head and saw a mantis insect race, brandishing a mantis blade towards him. The body of this mantis was obviously larger than the ones he had seen before, and it was constantly flashing with light. He could clearly see that there were several extremely mysterious patterns on its body, and even the carapace on its back was glowing with a metallic luster. Not far away on the meat wall, there was a broken flesh sac. It looked like a scar on the meat wall, but it was quickly healing. This was obviously an insect race that had just hatched. Moreover, its aura was at the 8th order divine sea realm, which was somewhat unreasonable. Although insect race hatching was simple, their growth was also a gradual process. It was impossible for an insect race to possess great strength as soon as they hatched. If that were the case, there would not be so many low-level insect race insects. Lu Yi did not know what this big insect was, but since it could be hatched in this place, it was obviously a guard of the insect race nest. Moreover, it was specifically targeted at him. Otherwise, it would not have appeared at such a close distance. The consciousness's confidence in letting him enter the battlefield should have come from here. The meat wall could not deal with Lu Yi and was even restrained by him, but these insect race guards could. If it were any other 4th order divine sea realm cultivator, they might have been unlucky to be ambushed like this by an insect race guard. However, the consciousness had clearly underestimated Lu Ye's ability. The mountain coiling saber was unsheathed. In the next moment, the sound of metal colliding rang out. The mantis insect race's mantis blade was blocked. Lu Yi took advantage of the momentum and pushed the insect race backwards, leaving its chest wide open. In the next moment, an endless starry sky spread out and stars fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the insect race had been stabbed dozens of times. Blood spurted out, but it did not die. Its already ferocious aura became even more berserk. It let out a sharp cry from its mouth, as if it was suffering great pain. Its body staggered as if it was drunk. Although the injuries on its body were serious, they were not fatal to it. However, since the mountain coiling saber had merged with the soul-splitting saber, it could not only injure the enemy's body, but also cut their soul. This kind of invisible attack was the most deadly. Even if it was an insect comparable to an 8th order divine sea master, in the end, its sentience was low and its soul was weak. After being struck like this, its soul instantly became unstable. Taking advantage of this good opportunity, Lu Yi passed by it. As soon as the sword light flashed, dumb insect's body stiffened. When Lu Yi stood up again, its head fell straight to the ground, and its headless body kept twitching. A series of divine senses swept over from all directions. Obviously, these 9th order masters had noticed Lu Ye's intrusion, but this was a normal occurrence. Everyone here was a 9th order master, so the sudden appearance of a 4th order master was as conspicuous as a lamp in the dark. When they discovered his tracks, they were all surprised. A figure wrapped in sword light appeared beside Lu Yi. It was thought Moon Immortal. "Why are you here?" "Come in and take a look." He looked towards the center of the space, under the illumination of the flashing lights all around. There was an extremely bloated figure that looked like a fat meatworm. However, it had more than a dozen thin and long claws, which were spread out on both sides of its body. At this moment, it was waving its claws wildly, blocking all the attacks coming at it. At the position of its head, 2 scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Lu Yi. The moment their eyes met, Lu Yi understood that this was the source of the consciousness controlling the meat wall. In other words, this bloated insect was controlling the meat wall, and it was it that led Lu Yi into this space. This invisible force suddenly gathered and turned into a shockwave that slammed towards Lu Yi. Thought Moon Immortal's face changed. "Be careful!" In a flash, she appeared between Lu Yi and the insect, a bright light shining from her body. However, she was still a step too late. Moreover, divine sense attacks were extremely fast and could not be intercepted even if one wanted to. This was different from normal attacks. Thought Moon Immortal was well aware of the strength of this insect's divine sense. It could be said that everyone present had suffered losses at its hands, so she could not help but look at Lu Yi with some worry, fearing that something bad would happen to him. In fact, it was precisely because the other party's divine sense was too terrifying that they didn't call for help. In comparison, the power of that divine sense had already surpassed the divine sea realm. Even if they were ninth order cultivators, it would be extremely difficult for them to resist. Only people like them could withstand such a divine sense attack. If it had been someone with a lower cultivation, they would have died in an instant. The several ninth order masters who had died before had died because their souls had been destroyed by the bloated insects due to their lack of soul attainments. When the huge divine sense attack arrived, Lu Ye's soul defense was as fragile as a paper lake and was directly torn apart. Immediately after, the power blasted into his spirit sea. In the next moment, waves surged in his spirit sea, but under the suppression of the soul-suppressing tower, the surging waves quickly calmed down. It wasn't a big deal. It felt as if someone had taken a big hammer made of cotton and hit him fiercely. The impact was strong, but there was no way to cause any substantial damage to him. At the same time, the meat wall around Lu Yi quickly bulged and turned into meat sacks. These meat sacks burst open, and insect race guards appeared one after another, swarming towards him. There were so many of them that even Thought Moon Immortal was shocked. Even she could not deal with so many insect race guards at the same time. Each of these things was at the level of a giant insect, and they were even more difficult to deal with than ordinary giant insects. She immediately wrapped her sword and rushed out with Lu Yi. Chapter 11:22. Does that insect race have sentience? Lu Yi asked while observing the battlefield. At this time there were still divine senses constantly attacking his divine sea, but under the suppression of the soul-suppressing tower, their efforts were futile. That's the insect queen. A look of discomfort flashed across Thought Moon Immortal's face. Although the insect queen's spiritual attack was aimed at Lu Yi, she was too close to Lu Yi, so it was inevitable that she would be affected. We can end this battle if we take care of it, but its regenerative abilities are too terrifying. Normal injuries are useless against it. After such a long battle, how could the Ninth Order Masters not cause any damage to the Insect Queen? However, no matter how serious the injuries were, the Insect Queen could recover in a very short time. So at this moment, no one knew how to win and could only drag things out. They could also see that the root of the Insect Queen's rapid recovery was its enormous and pure vitality. Could it be that as long as the opponent's vitality was consumed to a certain extent, the Insect Queen would lose its ability to recover? This idea was worth verifying, so even if the situation was extremely bad, the Ninth Order Masters still persevered and fought with the Insect Queen. At their level of cultivation, they had encountered countless crises in their lives, so it was impossible for them to lose their fighting spirit because of a little setback. The situation was still uncertain and life and death were still undetermined, so no one dared to say that they would definitely lose. Speaking of which, their encounter this time was completely unexpected. Back then they had followed the passage all the way here, and everything had been fine. They had not encountered a single insectoid along the way. But after arriving here, the situation had become strange. In this huge space, only the Insect Queen was waiting for them. Then a battle broke out. The Insect Queen seemed to be all alone, but in fact, it could hatch a large number of guards at any time. Coupled with its extremely powerful spiritual energy, it caused the most elite team in the 9 regions to suffer a loss in a single exchange. Almost everyone was dizzy from the impact of its spiritual energy, and it was at that time that casualties appeared. Although they were all Ninth Order masters, there was a certain gap in strength between them. Some people with stronger souls could resist the Insect Queen's soul attack, while others with weaker souls could not. Fortunately, there were only a few casualties, and the remaining Ninth Order masters all had extremely solid foundations. So after a hasty counterattack, a fierce battle began. Insect Queen! Lu Yi muttered thoughtfully. This was the first time he had heard of such a title. Throughout his journey, he had participated in several operations to remove insect nests, but none of those nests had ever contained an insect queen. Perhaps it was because the hive was not big enough? This insectoid hive was located at the center of the insectoid race's secret realm. It was also the largest insectoid hive, which was why the insectoid queen was here. Of course, whether it was the insect queen that created the hive or the hive that gave birth to the insect queen, there was no way to tell. It was like the question of whether the chicken laid the egg or the egg laid the chicken. There was no conclusion. There are no life nuclei here. Lu Yi asked. The Thought Moon Immortal shook her head. No, all of the vitality is concentrated in the insect queen's body. Lu Yi had already noticed this, because the vitality of the insect queen was truly astonishing. At this moment, there were more than a dozen Ninth Order masters surrounding the insect queen and fighting it. Occasionally, their attacks would break through its defenses and leave light or heavy injuries on its body. But no matter how serious the injuries were, they would recover in the blink of an eye under the effect of the insect queen's immense vitality. The speed of recovery was even faster than the growth of the meat walls. We also thought of retreating temporarily to avoid the brunt of the attack, but this place has been completely sealed off. There is no way to escape. The thick meat walls surrounded the entire space, and the speed of destruction could not keep up with the growth of the meat walls, so it was impossible to open up a path. It could be said that the moment the Ninth Order masters entered this place, there was no way out. The entrance where Lu Yi had entered had long been filled by the meat walls. You shouldn't have come in, the Thought Moon Immortal sighed. With so many Ninth Order masters gathered here, there was nothing they could do about the insect queen. Lu Yi had barged in alone, so it was really a disaster. Fortunately, Lu Yi was strong enough, so even if his cultivation was lower, he would not become a burden. This was also why Lu Yi dared to barge in. At this moment, he was considering a problem. Since the insect queen could quickly hatch so many powerful insect race guards, why did it lead him to this battlefield? It could have easily dispatched the insect race guards to deal with him in the passage. If that was the case, he might not be able to stop it alone. The insect queen did not choose to do so, not because it did not want to, but because it could not. In other words, although these insect race guards that could quickly hatch were powerful, there was a huge drawback to them. It was very likely that they could not easily leave this place. It was precisely because of the special environment here that the insect race guards were able to hatch with such powerful combat power, so the insect queen could only lead him in. Just like how it had allowed the Ninth Order masters to enter this place, this was its home field, and it could display its full strength. As Lu Yi and Nian Yuxian ran together, the number of insect race guards chasing after them increased. There were also newly hatched insect race guards joining the chase on both sides, and there were even more that appeared in front of them to intercept them. Even though Lu Yi and Nian Yuxian were both strong, they were still in a dangerous situation, and the scene was very lively. It was not only the insect race guards that were gathering towards him, but also the Ninth Order cultivators. After such a long battle, the cultivators also discovered a problem, and that was that the number of insect race guards that the insect queen could hatch was limited. At the very most, there were no more than 800. Before Lu Yi came in, each of them had to deal with several insect race guards at the same time. While they were killing, new insect race guards would quickly hatch, and there was no end to it. So, although they could protect themselves, it was very difficult for them to help others. The situation had been like this for a long time. But since Lu Yi came in, the stalemate had changed, and the number of insect race guards that the Ninth Order cultivators had to face had decreased. This was because most of the newly hatched insect race guards had joined in the pursuit of Lu Yi. All of them had cultivated for many years, so they were naturally aware of this change. Longbow shouted, "Boy, what did you do before? Why is the insect queen taking care of you like this?" This was also what made the others curious. The insect queen was so focused on Lu Yi, as if she wanted to kill him as soon as possible. This undoubtedly showed that Lu Yi was a huge threat to her. Otherwise, the insect queen would not have responded in such a way. This was very inconceivable. One had to know that the insect queen did not even care about Ninth Order cultivators, treating them all the same. So why would a Fourth Order be treated so differently? But this seemed to be a matter of course. After all, Lu Yi was a person who had been blessed by the heavens and could do things that ordinary people could not. Everyone quickly realized one thing. If they wanted to break this stalemate, they might have to rely on Lu Yi. This was also the reason why so many Ninth Order cultivators had gathered around him, picking the soft persimmon to pinch. Lu Yi replied casually. Longbow curled his lips, obviously not believing it, but this was not the time to explore Lu Ye's secrets. He shouted, "No matter what methods you have, hurry up and use them. If you're late, everyone will die." Lu Yi no longer hesitated and threw himself down, shouting, "I ask all the seniors to protect me!" Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out as the streaks of light swiftly changed directions, surrounding Lu Yi like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon as they descended towards the ground. Stepping on the elastic meat wall, Lu Yi immediately urged the power of his talent tree and sent invisible roots into the meat wall, causing his heart to skip a beat. The insect queen could control the meat wall, and in the corridor before, Lu Yi had no way to easily touch it. So if the insect queen controlled the meat wall to avoid him now, he would be helpless. At that time, Lu Yi would have no choice but to lead this group of Ninth Order cultivators back to the passage they had come from. However, to Lu Ye's delight, as he exerted the power of his talent tree, the meat wall under his feet showed no signs of disappearing. Instead, the talent tree's devouring ability was rapidly absorbing a huge amount of pure vitality. Lu Yi didn't know why the insect queen didn't control the meat wall to avoid him, but there had to be a reason. Perhaps it was related to the insect race guards. If his previous guess was correct, these insect race guards, who could rapidly hatch, needed the special environment of this place to maintain their combat strength, so they couldn't leave. This place was the core of the entire insect race hive and was completely surrounded by the meat wall. If a hole appeared in the meat wall, it would inevitably break something and affect the strength of the insect race guards. Once the insect race guards lost their function, the insect queen would only die faster. The attacks of more than 200 Ninth Order cultivators were no joke, and no matter how abnormal its restorative ability was, it would eventually run out of vitality. So, even if it knew that Lu Yi had the ability to devour its vitality, the insect queen didn't control the meat wall to avoid Lu Ye's method. Choosing the lesser of two evils, the insect queen's sentience wasn't low. Or perhaps it was because the meat wall here was easy for even the insect queen to control. Lu Yi didn't bother to investigate the reason, and the situation was developing in his favor. Following his actions, the insect queen suddenly let out a sharp and ear-piercing howl, and on both sides of its body, more than a dozen long and thin claws waved about madly. This howl obviously contained an extremely large amount of pure spiritual energy, and it swept out in all directions. In an instant, many cultivators around Lu Yi let out muffled groans, and some of their faces turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Ye's divine sea was even more turbulent. around the insect queen. There were more than a dozen people fighting it, constantly causing damage and consuming its vitality. At this moment, they were also caught off guard and were forced to temporarily retreat. 82 Chinese Network. Chapter 11:23. The attacks of the insect race guards were obviously much more violent as they swarmed over from all directions, but they were all blocked by the various Ninth Order cultivators. Beheading. Every time an insectoid guard died, a new one would be hatched. In the midst of the rapidly accelerating battle sequence, the attacks were endless and never-ending. In just a short while, many people were injured. The situation suddenly became a little bad. Originally, although most of these Ninth Order cultivators were fighting individually, they were flexible and flexible. If they could win, they would fight, and if they couldn't, they would run. So, it wasn't too difficult for them to deal with the different numbers of insect race guards. The pressure they had to bear basically came from the insect queen's soul attacks. But now, the situation was different. Lu Yi was about to use the means that even the insect queen was afraid of, so they had to protect Lu Ye's safety. It was equivalent to changing from a mobile battle to a positional battle. It just so happened that the insect race guards were all unafraid of death, and this inevitably put pressure on the Ninth Order masters. Fortunately, all of them were old cultivators and could quickly form a thorough cooperation, but it was obvious that this state could not be maintained for long. Lu Yi was keenly aware of this and hurriedly took out something from his storage space. He raised his hand and shook it, causing it to immediately shatter. A large fog spread out with a surge of spirit energy, shrouding the many Ninth Order cultivators around him. Someone took a deep breath and immediately became spirited. Because of the repeated attacks from the insect queen, his soul was exhausted and his face was glowing. Soul cleansing water. They were all knowledgeable people. Soon, some of them realized what the mist that was being sucked into their lungs was. It was formed from soul-cleansing water. Good boy, you're willing to take out such a treasure. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I'll make sure you don't die. Longbow shouted, and his attacks suddenly became fierce. Not only him, but the other Ninth Order cultivators also became fiercer and fiercer. The exhaustion of one's soul would also have an impact on the display of one's strength. The soul-cleansing water that turned into fog was undoubtedly the best time to replenish one's strength. They were secretly shocked. The bottle of soul-cleansing water that Lu Yi took out just now contained at least a few dozen drops. This was a priceless treasure, but Lu Yi used it without the slightest hesitation or heartache. This move alone made many cultivators of the Myriad Demons Ridge have a good impression of Lu Yi, and they worked even harder to protect his safety. With the protection of the many Ninth Order masters around him, Lu Yi focused on pushing the power of his talent tree. Numerous roots pierced into the flesh wall, madly devouring the enormous vitality within. The insect queen's reaction became more and more frantic, obviously feeling threatened. It tried to rush over several times, but was stopped by the dozen or so Ninth Order masters who had joined forces to block it, causing it to constantly hiss and use its soul attacks. But even it couldn't maintain such a divine soul attack for a long time. After failing several times, it could only resist stubbornly. The scales of victory seemed to be tilting toward the human cultivators, but everyone knew that the true battle of life and death had only just begun. What was certain now was that Lu Ye's methods had made the insect queen feel greatly threatened. Even so, no one had figured out what kind of mysterious methods he had used. He seemed to be just standing there. If this situation could be maintained, the human race would definitely win. But the key question was, how long could the human race last? The consumption of his soul had been replenished by Lu Ye's actions, but the consumption of his spiritual energy and physical strength could not be easily made up. In such a fierce battle, even the Ninth Order masters couldn't conserve their strength because they were constantly facing a large number of insect race guards who were charging at them without regard for the consequences. During the rest of the battle, the cultivators quickly swallowed spirit pills to replenish their spiritual energy, but it was still a drop in the bucket. If Lu Yi couldn't drain the insect queen's foundation before the insect race guards broke through their line of defense, an extremely tragic fate would await everyone. Lu Yi was also keenly aware of this point. I have to think of a way to at least give the Ninth Order masters a chance to breathe. At this moment, Longbow suddenly frowned and turned to look at Lu Yi. Boy, be careful. Why do you look like you're about to explode? Don't force yourself. It couldn't be helped, as Lu Ye's vitality was fluctuating wildly at this moment, becoming extremely unstable. This was something that couldn't be helped. The talent tree had absorbed too much of the insect queen's vitality, and although the talent tree had burned and tempered it into Lu Ye's own foundation, it had also increased the intensity of his vitality. It made him seem like a balloon filled with air. Lu Yi was the key to breaking the current situation, so Longbow couldn't help but worry about his situation. At this moment, he could see some of the truth, although he didn't know what kind of mysterious method Lu Yi had used. It clearly had the effect of stealing the enemy's vitality. Otherwise, Lu Yi, a Fourth Order cultivator, wouldn't have been able to inflate his vitality to such an extent. Then explode! Lu Yi responded casually, exploding as soon as he said so. A thick blood mist suddenly filled the surface of his body, as if blood was gushing out of his body. In the blink of an eye, this blood mist spread out and turned into a flowing river of blood. The group of Ninth Order masters felt their hearts go cold. They had finally seen a glimmer of hope, but the source of it had suddenly exploded. What could they do now? But soon, everyone realized that Lu Yi hadn't died and that the blood mist condensed into a river of blood was just the result of some kind of secret technique. At this moment, everyone was wrapped in this river of blood and couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. All they could see was a blood-red color flowing around them, and the surrounding air felt extremely viscous. Even their divine senses seemed to be blocked. This secret technique, it's so mysterious. Lu Yi, are you all right? Someone was worried and called out. I'm fine. Seniors can rest assured and kill the enemy. Lu Ye's voice came from all directions of the blood river, and for a time, no one was able to determine his true location, causing them to marvel at the strangeness of this secret technique. The blood race's blood river technique was an offensive and defensive secret technique that had been refined to the grand accomplishment stage of the blood gathering technique. Inside this blood river, Lu Yi had an absolute home advantage. His original intention was to use the blood river technique to create an environment suitable for fighting while relieving the pressure on his own vitality. But after using the blood river technique, he discovered an unexpected benefit. That was, it was much easier to display the power of his talent tree. Originally, when he urged the power of his talent tree, he could only absorb the vitality in the area where he stood. But after the blood river technique spread out, the roots of his talent tree could extend to any location covered by the blood river. This meant that the range of the talent tree's absorption had become wider, and the change was not small. If the previous absorption was like a small stream that flowed endlessly, then the current absorption was like a surging river that flowed endlessly. The insect queen was keenly aware of the changes here. After all, the vitality it was absorbing came from her. Before, Lu Yi was just a mosquito, so although he had suffered some losses, it would have taken a lot of time for him to cause any fundamental damage to her. But now things were different. The mosquito Lu Yi had cut a big wound on her body, causing blood to flow out. It was also from this moment on that the insect queen showed signs of panic for the first time. The dozen or so Ninth Order masters who were fighting with her quickly noticed this change, and their attacks became even more violent. On the other hand, the many bug tribe guards also became more aggressive after receiving the insect queen's order. But at this moment, they were all in the middle of the blood river, so it was difficult for them to find the enemy. On the other hand, the Ninth Order masters were on the ground. Under the secret guidance of Lu Yi, they could find their next target, launch an attack, kill with a single strike, and immediately flee to find the next target. When Lu Yi activated the Blood River technique, it was obvious that the Blood River guards were fighting for their eyes, which were also affected internally. However, Lu Yi was their eyes, which was why he was the Blood River guards' eyes, their divine senses. On the battlefield, Lu Yi was in charge of everything. Before, when the Ninth Order Masters killed the insect race guards, they had to find a way to destroy the corpses, because if the corpses of the insect race guards fell on the meat wall, they would be quickly wrapped up and absorbed by the meat wall, which was not conducive to the cultivator's original intention of consuming the insect queen's vitality. Only by completely destroying the corpses of the dead insect race guards could the insect queen's incubation energy be consumed. Cultivators with fire attribute spirit chi could do this most easily, as they could burn the corpses with fire. Other cultivators with fire attribute spirit chi didn't have such a convenient method. They generally put the corpses of the insect race guards into their storage bags. But in the fierce battle, they often didn't have the opportunity to do so and could only let the corpses fall on the meat wall. At this moment, there was no need to go through so much trouble, because the dead insect race guards would quickly melt away when they fell into the Blood River. As early as when his talent tree completed the first transformation, Lu Yi found that he could strengthen himself by absorbing the energy of cultivators. But this method was tantamount to eating people, which Lu Yi couldn't accept psychologically. What's more, he basically used the golden spirit tag to cultivate, so he didn't need to absorb the spirit chi of cultivators at all. But he didn't expect that he couldn't avoid this in the end. He wouldn't go so far as to eat people, but he could still reluctantly accept eating insects. In fact, some insect race corpses tasted quite good, especially in the current food shortage in the 9 continents. Many cultivators would take the edible parts of the insect race corpses after killing them. When Lu Yi was guarding Shocking Waves Lake Pass, he had done this kind of thing with the soldiers. On the battlefield, the insect queen's hissing became more and more urgent. She had already felt that things were not going well, and only now did she realize how wrong her decision to lead Lu Yi to this battlefield was. Her original intention was to use the insect race guards to deal with Lu Yi. There was no problem with her starting point because she couldn't stop Lu Ye's invasion, but she seriously underestimated Lu Ye's strength and failed to kill him in the first place. This led to all the subsequent events. But in the end, Lu Ye's fourth order cultivation was too deceptive. Even the human race cultivators of the 9 continents would suffer losses if they didn't know Lu Ye's strength, let alone a mere insect race cultivator. 82 Chinese Network. Chapter 1124. As time passed, the volume of the Blood River continued to expand. The constant infusion of vitality was the source of all these changes. Originally, Lu Yi had simply stimulated the power of his talent tree, and the vitality absorbed could quickly be transformed into his own foundation. But after the Blood River spread out, the rate of absorption suddenly increased, and even the talent tree was unable to convert this huge amount of energy in time. The excessive vitality had nowhere to go, so it was all accumulated in the Blood River, allowing it to grow and surge. As the volume of the Blood River grew, the area it covered became wider, and the speed at which it absorbed vitality became faster. Under this cycle, it had already formed a virtuous cycle. Even as the creator of the Blood River, Lu Yi was shocked by the amount of vitality accumulated in the Blood River. But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only continue down this path. There was no turning back. Right now, the most important thing to deal with was the insect queen. Only by dealing with it could the encirclement of the insect race be completed and the future be discussed. The cultivators of the 9 states finally had a chance to catch their breath. Thanks to the battlefield environment created by Lu Yi, they no longer had to deal with the insect race guards all the time. Under the frenzied attacks of the insect race, and under the comprehensive supervision of Lu Yi, everyone could adjust to a certain degree at the right time. Although this time was very short and they would soon have to rejoin the battle, it was still much better than before. As a result, The ability of the Ninth Order to fight continuously was greatly enhanced. Outside the Blood River, the insect queen was wailing and raging. At this time it had some premonitions, but the situation had developed to this point and it was powerless to reverse the situation, so all its anger was useless barking. One day later, the huge Blood River filled 10% of the underground space, like a long blood-red dragon that was wriggling about. 2 days later, the proportion of the Blood River that filled the underground space had reached 30%, and the blood-red dragon had begun to swell. Now, the Blood River looked more like a blood lake. 3 days later, the Blood River occupied most of the underground space the insect queen was retreating. This was clearly its home ground, but the funny thing was that as the Blood River continued to expand, it kept retreating. This was because it knew that once it fell into the Blood River, it would not have a good ending. By the 4th day, less than 20% of the underground space had not been filled by the Blood River. The continuous expansion of the Blood River gave the cultivators of the 9 states more space to move about, making the situation safer. It could be said that as long as Lu Yi wanted to, he could hide anyone in a place where all the insect race guards could not find them, making it easier for the cultivators of the 9 states to recuperate. It was at this time that the insect queen suddenly waved its claws and charged straight into the Blood River. It knew that it could not delay any longer. Sooner or later, its territory would be flooded by the Blood River, and it would not be too late. It wanted to rush into the Blood River and stake everything on a single throw. As long as it could find Lu Ye's whereabouts in the Blood River and kill him, it could regain the initiative in this battle. Although the dozen or so Ninth Order cultivators who had been fighting with the insect queen tried their best to stop it, how could they stop it? The insect queen was not afraid of being injured at all, and its massive vitality allowed it to quickly recover from its injuries. With such a reckless charge, it soon crashed into the Blood River. The dozen or so cultivators followed closely behind, but when they rushed into the Blood River, there was no trace of the insect queen. All they could see was blood, and even the spread of their divine senses was severely hindered. Fortunately, they soon received a message from Lu Yi, and the dozen or so cultivators calmed down and sat down cross-legged to restore themselves. After several days of continuous fighting, they were all physically and mentally exhausted. Even if the insect queen did not rush into the Blood River, they would not be able to hold on much longer. Inside the Blood River, under the guidance of Lu Yi, a group of cultivators surrounded the insect queen. Now that the enemy had entered the trap, the only thing left was to close the door and beat the dog. Everyone's heart was pounding. A difficult battle after Lu Yi had joined had taken a turn for the better. At this moment, everyone could see that if it were not for Lu Yi's sudden appearance, they would have been completely wiped out. They had underestimated the insect queen's heritage in the beginning, thinking that they could rely on their own methods to consume the insect queen's vitality and secure victory. But now it seemed that even if they fought to the death, they would not be able to do anything to the insect queen. If they died here, they would probably become nutrients for the insectoid queen, just like the dead insectoid guards. This was the most difficult thing to accept. And if they died, it would be a great blow to the entire cultivation world of the 9 provinces. The blood-red color finally filled the entire underground space, and at this moment, the skill tree's absorption of vitality had reached a comprehensive level, constantly injecting a huge amount of vitality into it. During the days of fierce fighting in the underground space, the divine Sea Realm cultivators outside were also trying to come up with a solution. Some of them had followed Lu Yi into the underground passage to support the 9th Order cultivators, but not long after entering the passage, they were forced to retreat due to the growth of the flesh wall. So, although they were anxious and worried about the direction of the battle below, no one dared to rush in before they found a way to solve the problem of the flesh wall. There were many divine Sea Realm cultivators who had died tragically due to the growth of the flesh wall. The situation changed on the 5th day after Lu Yi entered the underground space. The divine Sea Realm cultivators, outside found that the flesh wall that filled the passage was rapidly shrinking. No one knew why this change was happening, but it gave them some hope. When the situation was anxious, the deepest despair would be if nothing changed. As long as there was a change, it was good. In the beginning, the rate at which the flesh wall was shrinking and disappearing was not fast. However, as time passed, the rate at which the flesh wall was shrinking and disappearing became faster and faster. A large number of divine sea realm cultivators rushed into the depths of the underground passage. In the end, they were blocked by a thick layer of flesh wall. They could clearly feel that on the other side of the flesh wall was the battlefield where the Ninth Order cultivators were, because there were very chaotic spirit, chi, fluctuations coming from it. What shocked them even more was that there seemed to be an existence with an incredible vitality inside. Just sensing it was enough to make them shudder. They took it for granted that the existence with the enormous vitality was a match for the Ninth Order cultivators. But they didn't know that it was the huge blood river that filled the entire underground space. The cultivators who were engaged in the final battle with the insect race naturally didn't know about the changes in the flesh wall outside. If they knew, they would be able to infer that the insect queen was an arrow at the end of its flight. Its vitality was so severely consumed that it could no longer maintain the existence of the flesh wall. It could only keep the flesh wall wrapped around the final battlefield. What an ironic situation. Its huge vitality was originally its biggest reliance, but now it had become the enemy's means to turn the tables. In the fierce battle, the Ninth Order cultivators noticed some other changes. The number of insect race guards had obviously decreased. Originally, no matter how many they killed, there would be a steady stream of new guards, which forced them to immediately join another battle after finishing one battle. Even if they could rest for a while under the cover of the blood river, it wouldn't be for long. But now, the rest time was getting longer and longer, and the number of insect race guards they killed was decreasing. A voice sounded in the blood river. "Louis Yi, what's the situation now?" The cultivator who spoke was from an unknown continent. Then Lu Yi gave an explanation. "The insect queen is about to die. Seniors, please work harder." The Ninth Order cultivators who were fighting sensed it. So how could Lu Yi, who was monitoring the entire battlefield, not notice it? Because of the massive loss of vitality, the insect queen could no longer breed enough insect race guards. Even its own injuries were not recovering as quickly as before. Previously, it had healed all of its injuries in an instant, but now it needed more and more time to do so. Previously, it had healed all of its injuries in an instant, but now it needed more and more time to do so. A burst of laughter sounded from somewhere in the blood river. This is the best news this old master has heard in his life. After several days of fierce battle, they had gone from being hopeless to being on the verge of success. Even if they were a group of Ninth Order cultivators, they couldn't help but feel happy. It wasn't easy. At their level of cultivation, it could be said that there was no one in the 9 provinces who could match them. However, with so many of them working together, they still had to rely on a young man in his early 20s to use a mysterious secret technique to coordinate and coordinate. It took them a few days to wear down the insect queen to this extent. It really wasn't easy. In that case, let's finish it in one fell swoop. Someone shouted. It really wasn't easy for the insect queen to reach this point. In that case, let's finish it in one fell swoop. Someone shouted. Lu Ye's voice sounded again. Seniors, please wait for half an hour and try to recover as much as possible. Since we've already reached this point, there's no need to rush. At such a young age, you're quite reliable. We'll do as you say, someone responded. Across the blood river, figures stood or sat, taking out spirit pills and swallowing them to restore themselves as much as possible. But there were also some who were busy. After all, the insect queen still needed someone to restrain it. Although the number of insect race guards had been greatly reduced, they had not completely disappeared and still needed to be dealt with. However, Under Lu Ye's command, almost everyone was given a certain amount of time to rest. Half an hour passed in a flash, and the final battle began. More than 200 Ninth Order cultivators, except for a few dozen who were responsible for dealing with the newly hatched insect race guards, came to the Insect Queen's location under Lu Ye's guidance. The anger they had been suppressing for several days finally erupted at this moment. The scene of so many Ninth Order masters attacking together was spectacular, dazzling to the eyes. Countless secret techniques were displayed. Spirit chi fluctuated, spear waves, saber waves, and sword images wreaked havoc, stirring up the blood-red river into a turbulent torrent. In just an instant, the Insect Queen's body became tattered, and half of its claws were broken. It hissed and struggled, but to no avail. Its flesh and blood squirmed as it repaired itself with the help of its remaining vitality, but the speed at which it recovered was no longer as fast as before. How could it compare to the speed at which these Ninth Order cultivators were inflicting damage on it? Everyone, hurry up and try. Since the start of the final battle, the Insect Queen's body had never been intact again. 82 Chinese Network. Chapter 11:25. At this point in the battle, Lu Yi basically had nothing to do. Even if he withdrew, with the number of Ninth Order cultivators present, he could still kill the Insect Queen. But he did not stay idle. The Insect Queen's severed limbs contained an extremely large amount of vitality, and if he left it alone, it would inevitably be absorbed by the flesh walls and transformed into vitality that would be injected into the Insect Queen's body. So, Lu Yi controlled the flow of the blood river to wrap around the severed limbs and inserted the roots of his talent tree into them, absorbing and devouring them. As a result, the Insect Queen's vitality was being drained more and more seriously. As the battle continued, the Insect Queen's originally bloated body began to slim down, and the speed of its recovery became slower and slower, until a certain moment, when countless attacks bombarded it from all directions, the Insect Queen's body was torn apart, and the undercurrent of the blood river swept the pieces of its body in different directions. Under the crazy urging of the talent tree, the remaining vitality of the severed body was absorbed and injected into the blood river. But the Insect Queen was still not dead, and on its remaining head, 2 scarlet eyes flashed with hatred and cruelty. A fierce will swept out in all directions, and a sharp voice rang out in almost everyone's mind. Hateful humans, there will be one last one. Price! The voice gradually disappeared, and along with it, the Insect Queen's eyes dimmed. In the blood river, many figures stood. The battle had been going on for a long time, and the boiling spirit chi in their bodies could not be calmed down for the time being. What made it even more difficult to calm down was their state of mind at this moment. No one had expected that the Insect Queen could actually communicate. Although everyone knew that it had high sentience before, it did not have high sentience. High sentience did not mean that it was a true sentient being. F.A., who had only viciously cursed before his death, obviously knew that with the situation developing to this point, there was no way to communicate. It was meaningless. No one had experienced such a battle before, and the Insect Queen's tenacious vitality had almost wiped them all out. "We'll have to ask Lu Ye about this," someone said. Lu Ye's voice sounded. "The Insect Queen has fallen. Seniors, we have won this battle." Gasps could be heard, but there were no cheers. All of them were Ninth Order cultivators, and they had already foreseen the outcome of the battle, so they naturally wouldn't reveal their emotions like the younger generation. On the contrary, the other divine Sea Realm cultivators who had made it here with great difficulty couldn't help but cheer after hearing this conversation. "We won, we won." Previously, they had followed the tunnel all the way here, but they had been blocked by a thick wall of flesh, unable to advance. The Insect Queen had died, and the wall of flesh was blocking them. The blood ball filled the entire battlefield. Even though it looked like Eerie was some kind of ghost, he didn't dare to rashly enter. He also didn't know what kind of ghost this blood ball was. "Lucy, Heaven-shaking cheers rang out, and the joy of victory was continuously transmitted to the rear of the formation, which was then transmitted outwards through messages. The cultivators of the 9 regions who were still waiting outside the insect nest were completely stirred up. Not long after, the entire 9 prefectures began to boil. The insect plague that had lasted for several years was finally resolved today. This was a day that was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. It was unknown how long such jubilation would last before it subsided. Deep underground, the divine sea realm cultivators who had gone to provide support began to evacuate in an orderly manner. The 9th Order cultivators also prepared to withdraw from this battlefield. Although the battle had ended, there were still many follow-up matters that needed to be dealt with, which required their presence. The sect master was keenly aware of some abnormalities. Did your secret technique lose control? Logically speaking, since the insect queen had died, Lu Ye's blood river technique should have been dispersed or withdrawn. However, the thick blood color still filled the entire battlefield, which made the sect master somewhat uneasy. Everyone frowned when they heard this. There was no doubt that Lu Yi was the biggest contributor in this battle. Not to mention Grand Heaven Alliance, even Myriad Demon Ridge didn't want to see anything bad happen at this time. They didn't notice it before, mainly because they were still immersed in the victory of the battle. After the sect master mentioned it, they quickly realized that something was wrong. Losing control of one's secret technique could be a big or small problem. But the scale of Lu Ye's secret technique was too big. If it really went out of control, it wouldn't end well. The battle was won, but the biggest contributor didn't end well. If this spread out, it would be bad for the reputation. There's a small problem, but it's not a big problem, Lu Yi replied. It was indeed not a big problem. The main problem was that too much vitality had accumulated in the blood river, causing him to be unable to withdraw the blood river into his body for a while. Of course, directly giving up was also an option, but if he did so, the loss would be great. Lu Yi wanted to refine all the vitality in the blood river. This huge amount of vitality was rare to him. If he really refined it, his physique would also be greatly improved. Moreover, the blood clan's blood techniques mostly used vitality as the foundation. If he accumulated more vitality in his body, it would be more convenient for him to use blood techniques in the future. He was doing this at the moment, but it would take some time. Is there anything we can help with? Longbow and Lu Yi were more or less familiar with each other. He thought highly of this young man, so he represented the Wan Mo Ridge to express his stance. This was the right attitude to treat a contributor. They couldn't just say that the battle was over and the alliance between the 2 camps had collapsed, so they had to directly attack the biggest contributor. Everyone was a person who cared about their reputation, so they really couldn't do such a thing. If there's anything we can help with, just say the word. Thank you for your kindness, City Lord Long, but no one else can help with this. I still need to work hard, Lu Yi said as he controlled the blood river to wrap around Hupa and send him to the headmaster. Hupa also knew that it wasn't a good time to stay, so he obediently landed on the headmaster's shoulder. Longbow nodded and didn't say anything else. He also knew that even if Lu Yi really needed help, he wouldn't let the people of the Wan Mo Ridge interfere. At this time, he would only ask the Haotian Alliance for help. But now, it seemed that outsiders really couldn't interfere in this situation. Seniors, please go. This battle has been won, and the billions of people in the 9 provinces are waiting for good news from you. There's no need to stay here. He had to refine the vitality in the blood river, so he couldn't be disturbed by others. Longbow nodded and said, "In that case, be careful." Without saying anything else, more than 209th Order cultivators found the exit under Lu Ye's guidance and quickly left. But there was one person's aura that didn't go far. Lu Yi checked and knew that it was Thought Moon Immortal. She was obviously waiting for him and also staying here just in case. Soon, there were no more auras in the large underground space. Lu Yi immediately urged the power of his talent tree to refine the power in the blood river. The The blood race's Yin Qi said that only those saint seeds that had advanced could compete with him. 1. Everyone had to understand, even the ordinary blood race's attainments in blood arts. They were inferior to him. Only some saint seeds that had also obtained saint blood could compete with him. The information in the inheritance stated that if one could cultivate blood arts to the extreme, they would be an immortal existence. Even if it was just a drop of blood, the moonbeam reflection would be reborn. Rebirth through blood was too much of a fantasy, but after Shi Hong's battle, he suddenly realized that it might be true. Even if one couldn't rebirth from a drop of blood, it wouldn't be far from it. One could instantly recover from any kind of injury. With the Star Foundation seed, one could instantly recover from injuries. Even the most elite team of 200 people couldn't do anything about it. This kind of ability could instantly recover from injuries. The ability of Shi was the rebirth of one's flesh. One more step and it would be rebirth in the true sense. Of course, this might be a unique ability of the insect race and had nothing to do with the blood race. But since the blood race's inheritance had such records, it couldn't be made out of nothing. Lu Yi felt that if he had free time in the future, he would have to study the blood race's inheritance. He didn't dare to think about rebirth from a drop of blood, nor did he hope for instant recovery. At the very least, if he was injured in the future, he could recover faster with the blood race's secret technique. There was one more thing that Lu Yi was puzzled about. That was the insect queen. What realm was it? Although it was a divine sea realm cultivator, its divine sense was stronger than all the ninth order cultivators present. Under its soul attack, more than 200 people had suffered a big loss. Moreover, its divine sense gave off a feeling that it was above the divine sea realm. It was very likely that its level was not at the divine sea realm, but beyond. Otherwise, even with the help of many insect race guards, it would be impossible for it to have such great ability to defeat more than 200 ninth order cultivators by itself. Even eldest senior brother Feng Wujiang didn't have such ability. If the insect queen was really at the divine sea realm, it couldn't be stronger than eldest senior brother. But if it wasn't at the divine sea realm, then what realm was it? Lu Yi hadn't thought about this before, but now that he had reached the divine sea realm, and according to his cultivation efficiency, it wouldn't be long before he reached the ninth order divine sea realm. What was his future path then? He had to consider some things in advance. In the 9 provinces, many ninth order divine sea realm cultivators would begin to comprehend the mysteries of the divine sea after reaching their limit. But after so many years, no one had made any breakthroughs. The divine sea realm seemed to be the limit. But those cultivators who had reached the end of the divine sea realm could clearly feel that there was still a path ahead, but they couldn't enter it. For cultivators who pursued higher cultivation and greater strength all their lives, this feeling was extremely torturous and uncomfortable. Chapter 11:26. If the insect queen was really an existence that surpassed the divine sea realm, then there must be something on its body that could be excavated. This was also one of the reasons why Lu Yi insisted on refining the life force accumulated in the blood river. He hoped to find something through this method. The insect queen's life force was enormous and pure. Although during the battle a portion of it was used to hatch the insect guards and another portion was used to heal, overall, the insect queen should have used less than half of its life force. Install the latest version. In other words, more than half of the life force was absorbed by Lu Yi with the help of the talent tree and integrated into the blood river. However, this portion of power did not completely belong to him at the moment. He still had to carefully refine it. This situation was like a farmer who plundered a large amount of food from a landlord. Now that the food was piled up in the house, he had to eat it into his stomach before it could be considered his own. With the huge volume of the blood river, the power of the talent tree was greatly increased. The entire blood river was filled with the roots of the talent tree. The efficiency of swallowing and refining was not comparable to his usual cultivation. As time passed, the volume of the blood river shrank little by little. The huge insect race secret realm was silent at this moment. All the cultivators of the 9 continents had retreated. Only Lu Yi and the Thought Moon Immortal who was guarding him stayed behind. The news of the human cultivator army's great victory in the insect race secret realm had spread. The entire 9 continents was filled with joy, especially the mortals who had been ravaged by the insect disaster. After a long period of darkness, they finally welcomed the dawn of hope. How could they not be excited? They no longer had to be trapped in the cities protected by cultivators. They could also resume their peaceful and leisurely lives. Under the propaganda of some people, the name of the greatest contributor to the peace of the spiritual fire, Lu Yi of the Jade Blood Sect, also resounded throughout the 9 continents. The 9 continents could truly be said to be famous throughout the world. The refinement of the connected chi array disc had increased the overall strength of the cultivator carts of the 9 continents by at least 20 to 30%. It could be said that the existence of this array disc had greatly reduced the injuries of the cultivators. Among the repair workers, almost every true lake realm cultivator had benefited from it. When everyone knew nothing about the insect race secret realm, he had already completed the magnificent feat of sneaking into the secret realm alone and brought back first-hand complete information. After that, he offered up the method to refine insect blood, allowing the cultivator army to have the prerequisites to counterattack. In the final battle, when more than 200 Ninth Order cultivators were at their wits' end, Yang Kai single-handedly broke into the core of the insect fruit tree and single-handedly created a ring suitable for a decisive battle. Realm Masters were in charge of dispatching and assisting Ninth Order Masters to successfully kill the Insect Queen and resolve the crisis of the 9 states. This was completely different from the small skirmishes he had done in the past. In the past, regardless of whether he was at the Spirit Stream tier or the Cloud River tier, no matter how impressive his actions were, they were nothing more than child's play in the eyes of truly accomplished cultivators. However, it was different this time. It could be said that he had single-handedly facilitated the counterattack on the insectoid tribe's great secret realm. The final victory was also greatly related to him and could even be said to have played a decisive role. After this battle, no one would treat him as a rising star in his early 20s. Whether it was fame or prestige, this young man in his early 20s had already surpassed 99% of the 9 continents' divine sea. Heroes were born in troubled times, and this was precisely the kind of person he was. The myriad Demon Ridge side naturally knew where this propaganda came from. As the saying goes, a tree stands out from the forest. Lu Yi's role in this battle was too great, and he was in the limelight too much. It was difficult to guarantee that no one would be afraid and secretly attack him. Of course, the 2 camps were still in the stage of joining forces, so this kind of thing was unlikely to happen in the short term. But how long could this relationship last? 1 year? 2 years? Or 3 years? The 2 camps would eventually fall apart, and at that time, they would have to fight each other endlessly. When that time came, even the meritorious Yang Kai would be targeted, and they would do everything they could to target him. With this kind of propaganda, at least Lu Yi's safety could be guaranteed for a short period of time. In fact, the entire human race of the 9 states owed him a debt of gratitude. Before the situation changed, anyone who dared to attack him would be facing universal condemnation and would be killed by the entire human race of the 9 states. While Lu Yi was refining the abundant vitality in the Blood River, the people of the 9 states were not idle. Although the insect race's great secret realm had been taken, and the insect race inside had been wiped out, and even the insect queen had been killed on the spot, there were still many scattered insect race in the 9 states that needed to be dealt with. Perhaps for cultivators, these scattered insectoids were not much of a threat, but for mortals who had never cultivated before, any insectoid could destroy the fertile land that they had worked so hard to cultivate, and the crops that they had worked so hard to grow for a whole year. Therefore, it was necessary to exterminate the insect race and not leave a single one behind. The cultivators of the 9 states had been doing this recently. In every state, there were a large number of cultivators searching everywhere, looking for any insect race that had escaped the net. Once they found any, they would immediately eliminate them. This matter would not take too long. The problem that the cultivators had to face next was the most troublesome thing: the rest of the mortals. When the insect race was raging, all the mortals were gathered in the cities, and there were cultivators guarding and protecting them, ensuring that the mortals' lives were not in danger. Under such measures, the number of mortals killed or injured by the insect race's attacks in the 9 states was not high, and it could be said that the most basic vitality of the cultivation world was preserved. However, mortals needed to eat. For more than 3 years, they had gathered in the cities and relied on the food they had accumulated in the past to survive. No matter how frugal they were, the surplus food had long been exhausted. Cultivators could eat the flesh of the insect race, but mortals could not. The energy contained in the flesh of the insect race was not something the mortal body could bear. Many cities had starved to death. Now they could plant new crops, but it would take time. Before the new crops were fully mature, how long could the mortals who did not have enough to eat last? News after news was gathered in the central centers of the major continents, and many Ninth Order cultivators were a little anxious at this moment. Because according to the information at hand, if there was not enough food supply in half a year, more than half of the mortals would starve to death. At that time, it would be a real tragedy, and the foundation of the cultivation world would inevitably be shaken. Would half a year be enough for a new batch of crops to mature? Normally, there would be enough time, but right now, the entire 9 states was in a state of devastation caused by the insectoids. Large areas of land were barren. Not only was the land like this, but even the lush mountains in the past were now completely barren and had become barren. Looking down from the sky, it was rare to see green in the entire 9 states. It would take time for mortals to resume farming, so half a year was very tight. In the mainland of the 9 states, the cultivators were busy, but in the insect queen's great sealed realm, Lu Yi was still as quiet as before. 2 months had passed since the 9th Order cultivators retreated to the 9 states, until one day the blood-red color in the insect nest's core completely disappeared, and Lu Yi, who was sitting cross-legged, was full of vitality. Back then, he had used the blood river as a boost to greatly enhance the power of his talent tree. It had only taken him a few days to absorb the vitality of the insect queen, but it had taken him 2 months to refine it for his own use. One could only imagine how terrifying that vitality was. The harvest was huge, just as he had expected. After refining this huge amount of life force, his physique had improved by leaps and bounds. When his cultivation was not high, he had obtained a few dragon scales, and with the help of the vitality in them, his physique had a foundation that was not inferior to cultivators of the same level. However, he was not an orthodox body cultivator, and the direction of his cultivation was different from that of body cultivators. So, as his cultivation gradually increased, this advantage was not so obvious. In terms of physique, he was stronger than ordinary weapon cultivators, but the gap between him and a true body cultivator gradually widened. Until now, after refining the insect queen's huge vitality, not only had this advantage been reestablished, but it had also expanded. Lu Yi did not know how strong his physique was now, but it was definitely not weak. He was a weapon cultivator, but his physique surpassed that of a body cultivator. If he encountered any powerful enemies, he could fight without holding back, and he would not have to worry too much about getting injured. The strengthening of his physique was only one aspect. The surging vitality in his body was another. This led to Lu Yi being able to condense a large amount of blood essence. Originally, he had only been able to condense 3 drops of blood essence with the help of a secret blood art. This was directly related to the foundation of his body and his cultivation. The stronger his body was, and the higher his cultivation, the more blood essence he could condense. Essence blood had countless uses, and it could be said that all blood race secret techniques could be fused with essence blood to increase their power. When Lu Yi had used the blood river technique, he had directly exploded all 3 drops of his essence blood, greatly increasing the power and range of the blood river technique. This had become the foundation for the final victory. However, he now had almost 100 drops of essence blood in his body. Compared to the 3 drops from before, the changes were simply earth-shattering. The strengthening of his physique and the precipitation of his vitality were internal changes that ordinary people would not be able to detect. The changes that could be detected were the increase in his cultivation realm. When the talent tree was refining the life force accumulated in the blood river, it also increased his cultivation to a certain extent. This was a matter of course. The talent tree could burn and refine all external energy for its own use. So while it strengthened his vitality and physique, his reserves of spirit energy would naturally increase as well. As a result, he broke through to the 5th order divine sea realm. This was a pleasant surprise. However, calculating the time, even if he had been cultivating normally, he should have broken through to the 5th order long ago. It was only because he had been busy with the counterattack on the insect race's Great Sealed Realm that he had been delayed. The 5th order divine sea realm cultivation was not low. It could be regarded as a mainstay of the 9 provinces cultivation world. Most divine sea realm cultivators would never reach this height in their lifetime. 82 Chinese Network. Chapter 11:27. Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes as the blood-red color faded and entered his body. He happily felt the changes in his body. Although his cultivation had only increased by a small level, his true strength had increased by more than that. Of course, he would have to find someone to test how much he had improved, and it would require a life and death battle. There was no such opportunity for the time being. Getting up and walking to the side, he soon arrived at the entrance of the underground passage. He continued walking and soon saw a figure standing there quietly. It was Thought Moon Immortal, who had been guarding him here. Lu Yi bowed solemnly. "Many thanks, senior sister, for protecting me." Thought Moon Immortal looked him up and down. Although the passage was dim for a spirit sea realm cultivator, even such a dim environment would not affect their observation. 5th order. Thought Moon Immortal was a little surprised. But thinking about it carefully, Lu Ye's cultivation speed seemed to have always been this fast. The insect queen's vitality is huge, so I have some gains. Thought Moon Immortal looked at him for a while and felt that Lu Ye's changes were not as simple as his cultivation advancement, because at this moment she felt a trace of pressure from Lu Yi. She was a ghost cultivator and had keen senses. Since she had such a feeling, it was most likely true. In other words, the current Lu Yi was very likely to have the capital to fight with her. This made Thought Moon Immortal feel a little dazed. Thinking back to the first time she met Lu Yi, he had not yet reached the True Lake realm. How long had it been since then, and he was already on par with her? This speed was much more terrifying than that person from back then. Blue Blood Sect seemed to have produced some freaks. She was surprised in her heart, but she did not show it on her face. She called out, "Then let's go." The two walked forward one after the other. Thought Moon Immortal did not like to communicate with others, and Lu Yi had something on his mind, so he was a little silent along the way. He was wondering if he should tell senior Sister Nian about his eldest senior brother. Now that the insect disaster had been resolved, what he had to face next was waiting for the call of the heavens to rush to the blood-refining world to protect the blue blood holy land. Tai Mountain had already reached an agreement, and he would definitely be able to pull in a group of people when the time came. However, he could not only rely on Tai Mountain, he had to think of a way on his own side. Thought Moon Immortal and the sect master were undoubtedly very good helpers, and their strength was obvious. The headmaster already knew about the blood refinement realm, but the Thought Moon Immortal was still unaware. This matter indeed needed to be greeted in advance. Moreover, Nian Yuxian and Tai Shan were the left and right arms of eldest senior brother back then. They both held eldest senior brother in high esteem. Lu Yi believed that as long as he told her the truth, this senior Sister Nian would definitely not miss the battle in the blood refining realm. Having made up his mind, Lu Yi was just about to speak when he suddenly frowned. Somehow he had a strange feeling in his heart. Nian Yu Immortal, who was leading the way, sensed something and turned back with concern. "What's wrong? Did something go wrong with your cultivation?" Lu Yi shook his head. "No." Nian Yu Xian said earnestly, "Your cultivation speed is too fast. If there's a problem, you can't hide it." Lu Yi said, "There's really no problem, but let's go up first." Seeing him like this, Thought Moon Immortal didn't say anything else and increased her speed. The higher he went, the more obvious the feeling in Lu Ye's heart became. He vaguely sensed the whole story, but whether or not it was what he thought it was, he still had to confirm it with his own eyes. After a while, the two rushed out of the insect nest. At this moment, it was deep in the night. Lu Yi rose into the air and stood in midair, looking up at a certain part of the starry sky. In that part of the starry sky, a star was extremely bright. Compared to 2 months ago, it had changed a lot and seemed to have become much bigger. This was the 4th time Lu Yi had observed this star. The first time he inadvertently investigated it was because of the argument between the 2 cultivators on duty at the Shocking Waves Lake Pass. One of them discovered the change in this part of the starry sky. There were originally 17 stars, but there was one more. At that time, Lu Yi didn't care. After all, other than that bored cultivator who would care about the change in one of the stars in the sky. The next 2 times were also inadvertent observations. The star was brighter each time, and Lu Yi didn't think too much about it. Until this time, among the stars in the sky, it was the brightest one. Lu Yi understood that it wasn't a star, but an entire continent. That was the blood refining realm, because he had refined a drop of sacred blood in the blood refining realm's blood river. In principle, he more or less had a connection with the blood refining realm. However, he was too far away and his attainments in the blood Tao were insufficient, so it was difficult for him to sense the existence of the blood refining realm. But now, the blood refining realm was constantly approaching the 9 provinces. After 2 months of refinement, Lu Ye's attainments in the blood Tao had greatly improved, allowing this connection to become a reality. The blood refining realm had actually come, and at this time, in an instant, many thoughts surged in Lu Ye's mind. Some things that he couldn't understand before suddenly became clear, and some things that made him feel conflicted and troubled disappeared. Since returning from the blood refining realm, he had been thinking about one question. When would Heaven's secret send him back to the blood refining realm? At that time, how many people would he be able to bring with him? This question determined which helpers he should rope in and whether he should use the tokens given by those old seniors. But now, it seemed that his worries were superfluous. Everything was under the control of Heaven's secret. When the 2 realms were close enough, the cultivators of the 9 provinces could directly enter the blood refining realm with the help of Heaven's secret pillar. There was no need for him to waste time and effort to rope in people. At that time, the situation would inevitably be the support of the entire 9 provinces to the blood refining realm. And this time it was after the insect disaster was solved in the cultivation world of the 9 provinces, which was too much of a coincidence. This was not the only coincidence. Before, he and the headmaster had also realized many coincidences, but it was not good to explore too deeply. But now, it seemed that the insect disaster in the 9 provinces was just a rehearsal for a larger war. Overall, the counterattack on the big secret realm of the insect race did not encounter too much difficulty. Even the final battle became calm because of Lu Ye's intervention. But the appearance of the insect disaster in the 9 provinces led to the most intuitive result. That was the full cooperation of the 2 camps that had been fighting against each other for thousands of years. With such an experience, if there was another disaster that was about to sweep across the 9 provinces, then the 2 camps would have much more experience in dealing with it. They would also be able to quickly integrate their forces and would not drag it out like before. Based on this result, the appearance of the insect disaster was not necessarily a sudden natural disaster. It was very likely that it was intentional by a certain consciousness. If there was no insect disaster, the two camps would still be fighting against each other. When a disaster greater than the insect disaster came, even if they worked together in a hurry, it would be too late. To tell you the truth, recently I have been reading books with wild fruits, changing the source and reading aloud more and more. Both Android and Apple are fine. Only a disaster, like the insect disaster that swept across the entire 9 provinces, could force the two camps to put down their hostile positions and work together to put it into action. Of course, there were inevitably many losses in the process, but if they wanted to cure the chronic disease, they could only use medicine. As far as the result was concerned, the current situation in the 9 provinces was fully qualified to deal with a disaster greater than the insect disaster. The timeline also matched Lu Ye's inference. First, he was sent to the blood-refining realm by Tianji. He saw all kinds of things in the blood-refining realm and personally participated in the defense of the Jade Blood Holy Land. When he was sent to the blood-refining realm, the insect disaster broke out in the 9 provinces. The insect race's great secret realm opened, and 9 portals led to the 9 provinces. When he returned to the 9 regions from the blood-refining realm, he brought the identical spirit-linked array disk and explored the situation of the insect race's great secret realm. He also obtained the insect race's refining method from Taishan. The matter of counterattack was quickly put into action. At this moment, he could clearly feel the approach of the blood-refining realm. From the beginning to the end, there was an invisible force driving the development of the situation. It could even be said that Taishan gave him the insect blood refining method. Wasn't it a hint of guidance from the unseen world? It was just that Taishan himself might not be aware of this. When Lu Yi went to find him, it was not for the insect blood refining method, but to have a showdown with Taishan and tell him about his eldest senior brother and the blood refining realm. On one hand, it was to rope and help, and on the other hand, it was to prevent him from secretly causing trouble. But in the end, by chance, he got the crucial thing to counterattack the insect race's great secret realm. Chance and coincidence. It was also a guide from the unseen world. Many clues were a bit messy, but if one experienced everything personally, then one could clearly see some things that others could not perceive. What's wrong? Nian Yuxian looked at Lu Yi in confusion, wondering why he was staring at the starry sky with a dignified expression. What can senior sister see? Stars. Although Nian Yuxian's cultivation was higher than Lu Ye's, her eyesight was limited. She could not see so far away, so naturally, she did not know what those bright stars represented. Lu Yi could not see it, but he could feel it. The blood-refining realm should still be far away from the 9 regions, but as time passed, it would inevitably get closer and closer. At that time, there would inevitably be a large-scale collision between the 2 realms. Lu Yi was very clear about how powerful the blood-refining realm was. In terms of cultivators, the blood-refining realm's foundation was probably higher than the 9 regions. Because the blood race had a huge population, their cultivation was easier than that of the human race. The blood-refining realm also had many holy seeds, each of which had unfathomable strength. At present, there were not many people in the 9 regions who could compete with the holy seeds. But if the power of the 9 regions and the Jade Blood Holy Land were integrated, then there should not be much difference in strength between them. The number of cultivators in the Jade Blood Holy Land was not large, but those old seniors whose cultivation had reached the perfection realm were not easy to deal with. After years of accumulation, almost every one of them had the strength comparable to the holy seeds. Another point was that the battlefield of the confrontation between the 2 realms must not be in the 9 regions. Otherwise, it would have a devastating blow to the 9 regions. After suffering from the insect disaster for several years, they needed to recuperate. If there was another disaster like that, the mortals of the 9 regions would have no way to survive. Chapter 1128. The blood-refining realm was approaching the 9 states, and there was bound to be an earth-shattering collision between the two realms. At that time, it would be a race war between the human race and the blood race. The insect race was just an appetizer before the great battle. The battlefield could not be in the 9 states, so it could only be in the blood refining realm. In other words, the cultivators of the 9 states had to take the initiative to attack, just like when they saved the shattered Wushuang continent. At that time, Lu Yi, Ingwu Ji, and the others were the vanguard of the 9 states. The 4 Heavens Fate Pillars allowed the 9 states to establish a connection with the Wushuang continent. Only then did they receive reinforcements from the Cloud River Tier army. History was always astonishingly similar. However, the opponent that they would be facing this time, whether in terms of quality or size, was not something that the Corpse Tribe of the Wushuang continent could compare to. The calamity of the Corpse Tribe was only limited to the level of Cloud River Tier. But this time, it involved the Spiritual Ocean Tier. The test was undoubtedly more severe. Realizing this, Lu Yi knew that there were many things he had to do. At the very least, he had to let the people of the 9 states know what the upcoming crisis was. Let's go. Lu Yi called out and took the lead to fly in the direction of the gate to the 9 states. Nian Yuxian tilted her head and glanced at him. She could sense that Lu Yi was troubled, but since he did not say anything, Nian Yuxian did not ask. They flew forward. The location they were at before was the core area of the insect race's Great Mystery Realm. Now, if they wanted to rush to the gate, they would have to cross half of the insect race's Great Mystery Realm. However, both of them were very fast, so it did not take them too long to reach the gate. But not long after flying, Nian Yuxian suddenly exclaimed, "What is that?" Lu Ye's mind was full of thoughts about how to let the Spirit Sea Tier cultivators of the 9 states know about the blood refining realm. His mind was elsewhere, and he subconsciously said, "What?" "Over there." Nian Yuxian pointed in a direction. Lu Yi turned his head and saw a dense fog gathering there. It did not disperse, and it slowly rotated like a large vortex. This caused him to be somewhat stunned, because before this, there was no information that there was such a fog vortex in this place. One had to know that during the 3rd stage, all the forces of the 9 provinces were spread out in the insect race's great mystic realm. It could be said that from the edge of this world to the center, everything was swept clean. If there were any strange discoveries, the news would definitely be reported, and the 9th Order Masters would not sit back and do nothing. Since he didn't find it, it meant that he didn't have it before. For such a thing to suddenly appear at this time, it was unavoidably strange. Lu Ye's figure flickered as he flew in that direction. Nian Yuxian followed closely beside him. Not long after, the two of them arrived above the misty whirlpool. They looked down and spread out their divine senses. Very quickly, the Thought Moon Immortal's expression turned to one of bewilderment. "This is a door." From afar, he could not sense anything, but from close observation, he could clearly sense that there was an aura emanating from a different environment at the center of the vortex. Usually, this meant that there was another world. It was just like the 9 doors of the bug race's great secret realm that led to the 9 states. If one stood in front of the door, they would be able to feel some of the aura of the 9 states. The principle was the same, but the form of the door was different. Lu Ye's expression turned strange because the aura emanating from it gave him a very strong sense of familiarity. Moreover, the mist that formed this vortex was also extremely familiar. If that was the case, then he was very familiar with the place that the door formed by the misty whirlpool led to. It couldn't be, right? However, thinking about it carefully, it did not seem impossible. In fact, it was very likely. This was because that place would indeed be invaded by the bug race every once in a while. When he was in the Cloud River Tier, he was even fortunate enough to personally participate in one. That battle had allowed him to obtain a large amount of battle merit, and he had exchanged it for a lot of soul-cleansing water, which he had been using ever since. In the past, he did not know where those invading bug race had come from. But what if they came from the bug race's great secret realm. It seemed to make sense. As far as he knew, everyone in that place would usually fall into a deep sleep. They would only awaken when the bug race invaded, and they would use a kind of undying body to fight against the bug race. Therefore, this door did not always exist, but only appeared at certain times. It was not strange that the 9 provinces cultivator army did not discover it. Things had become a little coincidental. So coincidental that Lu Yi smelled something familiar. This was clearly an invitation. Since that was the case, there was no reason not to attend the appointment. I'll go take a look. Senior apprentice sister, stay here. Lu Yi said and took a step forward. Whether things were as he thought he would know at a glance. Nian Yuxian did not speak. She only expressed her attitude with her actions and followed closely beside Lu Yi. Seeing this, Lu Yi did not stop her and directly plunged into the misty whirlpool. Sure enough, it felt like he had passed through a door. However, he did not enter the world that Lu Yi had guessed. Suddenly, his mind rose rapidly. Lu Yi had experienced this feeling several times, so he did not panic. He just guarded his mind and silently observed. At this moment, he was in a state where Yan Zhen seemed to have turned into a person. He could not feel his own existence. His whole person seemed to have turned into a strange and magnificent perspective, overlooking everything. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge grayish-brown star. On that star, there were violent storms, tsunamis, and earthquakes. The environment was extremely harsh. In such an environment, not to mention living creatures, even plants would find it difficult to survive. This was clearly an extremely unfamiliar celestial body. But Lu Yi understood that this celestial body was the 9 provinces. When he returned from the blood refining realm, he had observed the 9 provinces once in the starry sky. But after comparing it was not difficult to find that the 9 provinces he had observed last time was far smaller than this star. What era was this 9 provinces? Lu Yi was a little puzzled. Moreover, the environment was so harsh. If the 9 provinces had always been like this, not to mention cultivators, even mortals would find it difficult to be born. Just as he was puzzled, time flowed quickly. Some obvious changes appeared in the environment of the 9 provinces. The frequency of those natural disasters decreased, and the earth became more lively. First, the grayish-brown color was covered by the grayish-brown color, and it became full of vitality. Then, some simple creatures appeared. During this process, the flow of time was incomparably fast. Lu Yi could clearly feel this. He immediately understood that the 9 provinces he observed was the 9 provinces of an extremely ancient era, and not the 9 provinces he lived in today. There was an invisible force that was demonstrating the changes of the 9 provinces for him. Lu Ye's heart trembled, and he became more and more attentive. Such a strange experience was not something that anyone could encounter, and perhaps not for him. There were no substantial benefits, but just in terms of broadening his horizons, nothing could compare to it. In the blink of an eye, in an unknown era, the human race was born in the 9 provinces. They ate raw meat and drank blood and lived with difficulty. The environment of the 9 provinces was still unstable at this time. Not only did the human race have to face many ferocious beasts, but they also had to face many natural disasters. But they still stubbornly reproduced and survived. After an unknown number of years, cultivators began to appear in the 9 provinces. As time passed, the number of cultivators increased, and their level became higher. Lu Yi watched them rush back and forth in the land of the 9 provinces, fighting endlessly, watching them grow, and then rushed out of the 9 provinces and into the vast starry sky. The moment the first cultivator rushed out of the 9 provinces and entered the starry sky, the shock Lu Yi received was incomparably huge, because today no cultivator in the 9 provinces could do such a thing. This was a power that the divine sea realm did not possess. In other words, the human race that rushed out of the 9 provinces had surpassed the divine sea realm and reached a realm that the divine sea realm of the 9 provinces could not pursue. If such a scene was seen by those divine sea realm cultivators, they would probably go crazy. They had been searching for the future of cultivation, but they did not know that in an extremely ancient era, the ancestors of the human race had already taken this step. But since the human race had already taken this step, why was the divine sea realm revered in the 9 provinces today, and even the subsequent cultivation methods were cut off? What kind of major change had happened in the history of the 9 provinces? It actually made a cultivation world that could give birth to cultivators who rushed into the starry sky to become trapped in the domain. Suddenly, Lu Yi remembered something. It was widely believed in the cultivation world of the 9 states that, long ago, the 9 states had enjoyed a glorious era. That was because, whether it was in the 9 states itself or in the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield, there were many undiscovered opportunities and legacies. Where did these opportunities and inheritances come from? They could not have been born out of thin air. However, the current historical records of the 9 provinces only went back 2,000 or 3,000 years. No one knew what happened before that, and there were no ancient records that could be searched. Therefore, the cultivation world unanimously believed that before the current cultivation era, there were other eras in the 9 provinces. These opportunities and inheritances were all remnants of an earlier era. This was a bold guess, and no one could prove its authenticity. But now, Lu Yi knew that it was true. The 9 provinces did indeed have an incomparably glorious past, but because of some unknown changes, it had become like this. As for what the changes were, he only needed to continue observing to find out. Android, Apple, etc. More and more cultivators rushed out of the 9 provinces and entered the starry sky. The ancient cultivation world of the 9 provinces seemed to have suddenly entered an era of explosive growth. Those cultivators who rushed out of the 9 provinces began to explore the mysteries of the starry sky, and in the process they became stronger. However, calamities and tribulations followed closely behind. If the grayish-brown 9 provinces that Lu Yi observed was a stubborn rock, then after countless years of accumulation and development, the 9 provinces that he saw at this moment was a delicious cake emitting a fragrance. 82 Chinese Network. Chapter 1129. The human race was not the only race in the vast starry sky. There were other races that were even more ferocious and aggressive. It could be said that the races that could survive in the starry sky were not to be trifled with. Those docile races had long been eliminated. If the 9 provinces had stood quietly in the starry sky, perhaps there would have been a long period of stability. After all, the void was vast and boundless. Although the 9 provinces was huge, it was not so easy to discover. The human race cultivators who rushed out of the 9 provinces might have been seeking greater power, but they would never have thought that it was precisely because they rushed out of the 9 provinces and came into contact with the void that they would bring disaster to their home planet. At some point, an army of foreign races had arrived and stationed their troops outside the 9 provinces. A great war was about to break out. This level of war was beyond Lu Ye's imagination. Although he had just experienced a war between the human race and the insect race, in comparison, the 9 provinces' cultivators' counterattack on the insect race's great mystic realm was like a child's play. Whether it was the scale or the intensity of this ancient war, it was far beyond Lu Ye's understanding. The ancient cultivators of the 9 provinces were very powerful. They dealt with one war after another that was enough to destroy the entire world and defeated wave after wave of powerful enemies. However, every war was accompanied by the deaths of a large number of cultivators. At a certain point, the situation of the 9 provinces began to become critical. Celestial was shattered, and the invaders who were attracted by the aura of the 9 provinces began a frenzied attack. The ancient cultivation world of the 9 provinces gradually found it difficult to continue. It looked like the world was about to be destroyed. It was at this most critical moment that the remaining cultivators of the 9 provinces worked together to refine a strange treasure. The treasure did not look extraordinary and was only in the shape of a disc. The cultivators and soldiers of the 9 provinces divided into 2 groups. One group continued to fight against the invaders, while the other stayed in the 9 provinces and worked together to bring out the disc treasure. Many directly above the body, there was a peach-shaped lid that Lu Yi had cultivated. Above the huge celestial body of the 9 regions, there was a circular cover. The disc fluctuated with a mysterious and gentle power, enveloping the entire 9 provinces. Then the void trembled, and the endless stars in the starry sky dimmed at this moment. By the time the stars regained their brightness, the huge 9 regions had already disappeared. Lu Yi was shocked. Only now did he understand what kind of mysterious power the disc contained. It actually moved the entire 9 regions away from its original position. As for where he was teleported to, no one in the human race knew. But it should be the current location of the 9 states. The ancient cultivation world of the 9 regions used this method to protect their home planet, but the price they paid was extremely painful. Without the support of their home planet, all the remaining cultivators were slaughtered by the invaders in that battle. Lu Ye's field of vision changed again, from the vast and magnificent battlefield to the current location of the 9 states. The disc cover above the 9 states was still there, filled with mysterious fluctuations of power, enveloping the entire 9 states and concealing its aura. However, the size of the entire 9 regions had shrunk significantly. It seemed that the previous teleportation had consumed too much of the foundation of 9 regions. The 9 regions that Lu Yi saw at this moment was the size of the 9 regions that he knew, and he finally saw some familiar shadows from the star. After leaving its original position, and with the disc treasure that had been refined with the power of the entire domain concealing its aura, although the 9 regions still stood in the starry sky, it was difficult for it to be discovered by the foreign races. It stayed in this starry sky, like a wounded beast, silently licking its wounds. In a flash, thousands of years had passed. The war of the ancient times had caused great damage to the cultivation world of the 9 states. All the high-level cultivators had been wiped out. They had used their lives to protect the mother planet and the people on the mother planet. Even if they were exhausted from the battle, no one was willing to retreat. They knew more clearly why, after the Divine Sea Realm, the cultivation speed of cultivators would become slower and slower. It was as if there was an invisible resistance hindering their progress on the path of cultivation. Looking at the development of the entire cultivation world of the 9 regions, it could be divided into 2 stages. With the position of the 9 regions in the starry sky as the node, the 9 regions era, and the 9 regions era. The glory of the 9 regions era and the desolation of the 9 regions era undoubtedly formed an extremely sharp contrast. Lu Ye's perspective was rapidly sinking, and he understood that this demonstration was over. In just a moment, his mind returned to his body. Lu Yi opened his eyes and took a long breath, but his mood could not calm down for a long time. The starry sky is a very dangerous place. The weak are eliminated and the strong survive. This is an eternal truth. When one's own strength is not enough to stand in this vast starry sky, rashly exposing one's existence will attract many jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. In this vast starry sky, every once in a while, there will be living beings born on the stars. There will be living beings who will walk into the starry sky. But how many of them can survive? How many living beings will bring disaster to their home planet just because they walk into the starry sky? Although the ancient 9 regions were powerful enough, they had made too many enemies, and they could not avoid the fate of almost being broken. Compared to the ancient times, the current 9 regions is still too immature. A voice came from not far away. Lu Yi was in awe. It could be said that it was because of the efforts of these ancestors who risked their lives that the 9 regions could exist today. Otherwise, who knows how many years ago the 9 regions would have been broken, and how could there be today's 9 regions human race? In Lu Ye's observation, in order to activate the power of the disc, in order to smoothly move the 9 regions away from its original position, All the cultivators of the 9 regions, no matter what realm they were in, were contributing their strength. The result was incomparably tragic. The foundation of the 9 regions was consumed too much, leading to a great reduction in the number of cultivators. More than 90% of the cultivators of the entire cultivation world perished, and even the 10% that survived were mostly low-level cultivators. There was a gap in the inheritance of the cultivation world of the 9 regions. However, relying on the legacy left by the ancient ancestors, the cultivation world of the 9 regions slowly fumbled and gradually established a cultivation system. However, under this cultivation system, the Spirit Sea realm was the limit. The reason for this problem was that the inheritance was broken, and the second reason was the 9 regions itself. Lu Yi faintly understood. That mysterious power showed him the development and changes of the entire 9 regions. Although there were many things that he didn't see, he could clearly feel them. He finally understood why those Spirit Sea realm cultivators of the 9 regions couldn't take the last step no matter how much they cultivated in seclusion. Lu Yi looked in the direction of the voice and saw Hua Ci standing not far away, talking with assurance. Lu Yi recognized at a glance that she was not the real Hua Ci. He didn't rush to talk, but observed the surrounding environment. As he had guessed before, walking in from the fog vortex, he had indeed come to the Immortal Essence City. However, at this moment, all the Immortal Essence guards of the entire Immortal Essence City were sleeping, so the huge city seemed very quiet. They were now in the City Lord's mansion, standing next to the Soul Pool. The only one awake was the City Lord of the Immortal Essence City. Seeing Lu Ye's gaze, the City Lord nodded slightly. Lu Yi cupped his fists and saluted. Then he turned his head to look at Hua Ci beside him and frowned. You should be able to change your appearance, right? Hua Ci pursed her lips and smiled. For a moment, there were thousands of amorous feelings. It's just convenient to communicate with you. What do you want? I have all of them. What did you originally look like? Hua Ci's figure immediately distorted, and then turned into a pure white spiritual light, floating in the air. An ethereal voice came from it. I thought you liked this woman very much. Lu Yi said, I like her, but it doesn't mean that I want to see others become like her. The little fairy doctor of the dragon soaring realm is you, right? Yes. What should I call her? The will of heaven and earth? Or the divine mystery plate? When he first met this fellow in the dragon soaring realm, Lu Yi had noticed it. However, at that time he thought that the little fairy doctor was the manifestation of the will of heaven and earth. But now, it seemed that it was not as simple as he thought. So far, Lu Yi had come into contact with the will of heaven and earth of several different worlds. But these wills of heaven and earth gave people an extremely hazy feeling. They were not like the one in front of him, who had clear subjective thoughts and could communicate with people. So Lu Yi felt that the other party was not like a pure will of heaven and earth. As for the divine mystery plate, it was the treasure that the experts of the human race worked together to refine in the previous 9 regions era. It was also the existence of this treasure that protected the entire 9 regions, moved the 9 regions from its original position, and then concealed the aura of the existence of the 9 regions. Such a powerful treasure, and after such a long time, it was natural for it to give birth to spiritual wisdom. Therefore, Lu Yi could not figure out what the essence of this pure white light was. The ethereal voice continued, I am both the will of heaven and earth and the divine mystery plate. It can be regarded as a tool spirit born from the fusion of a part of the will of heaven and earth of the 9 regions. Lu Yi roughly understood. At that time, the power of the divine mystery plate was stimulated and absorbed an extremely huge amount of the 9 regions' heritage. It could be said that it had almost merged with the 9 regions. Under the catalysis of the fusion of a part of the will of heaven and earth of the 9 regions, the divine mystery plate also gave birth to its own tool spirit. This was the truth of the 9 regions' divine mystery, and also the reason why it could be omnipresent and mysterious. Many things were clear at this moment. However, there were still some things that Lu Yi did not understand. What's going on with the Immortal Essence City? This place had been fighting against the insect race for a long time, and as far as the current situation was concerned, it was connected to the insect race's great secret realm. However, the passage was not open all year round, but only open once in a while. Every time, a large number of insect race would attack, and the Immortal Essence guards of the Immortal Essence City would have to fight against the insect race. However, because they were all souls and had left their soul imprints in the soul pool, as long as the soul pool did not dry up, almost all of them were immortal. 82 Chinese Network. Chapter 1130. What Lu Yi didn't understand was why the situation in Immortal Essence City had always been like this. Where did the insect race and the insect race's secret realm come from? It couldn't be a remnant of the previous 9 regions era, right? In his view, the foreign race army that came to invade had always been blocked by the cultivators of the previous 9 regions era. It was impossible for them to invade the 9 regions. An ethereal voice sounded. When the cultivators of the ancient 9 regions were remade, they gave me 2 tasks: to protect the 9 regions and to protect the human race. Although I have the ability to conceal the aura of the world, which can prevent the 9 regions from being discovered by strong enemies to a certain extent, if the distance is too close, there is still the possibility of being discovered. This was very easy to understand. It was just like when a cultivator was searching for an enemy. He might not be able to find the enemy with his spiritual sense, but he might be able to observe the situation with his naked eyes. The Heaven's Fate Plate could only conceal the aura of the world, but it could not hide the 9 regions in the starry sky. Therefore, if the distance was close enough, one could still see the existence of the 9 regions. More than 5,000 years ago, there was a small group of cultivators in the vicinity of several prefectures who noticed the existence of the 9 prefectures. They began to invade several prefectures, and a great war broke out. Although the cultivation world of the 9 prefectures was annihilated at that time, although the cultivation of the 9 regions had destroyed the insect nest, they also suffered heavy losses. At that time, the vitality of the 9 regions had not recovered too much, which caused some flaws in my ability to conceal the aura of the world. In order to make up for these flaws, more than a dozen major forces, led by Immortal Essence City, made a decision to sacrifice themselves to make up for it. It was like a balloon with a few holes. The aura of the 9 regions was leaking out, and there was the possibility of being discovered by strong enemies. In order to make up for these leaking holes, there had to be a huge sacrifice. More than a dozen major forces, led by Immortal Essence City, made this sacrifice to perfect the ability of the Heaven's Fate Plate to conceal the aura of the world. In order to let them adhere to this task for a longer time, the cultivators of these major forces all turned into soul bodies, which is why Immortal Essence City can survive until now. Since there are more than a dozen major forces, what about the forces other than Immortal Essence City? If he remembered correctly, the secret realm of Immortal Essence City was only one of the infinite Mirage realm. There were many secret realms in the infinite Mirage realm, but only Immortal Essence City had soul bodies. The other secret realms didn't have any. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, the secret realm of the infinite Mirage realm would open in a certain place every once in a while, allowing cultivators to enter it to gain experience and explore it. Many people had benefited from it. With the flaws in my concealment of Qi, those forces' souls, no one forced them to disappear. It was their own choice. The reason why the soul bodies in Immortal Essence City continued to exist was that they acted as a reserve force to prevent any flaws in the Tianji Plate's ability to conceal their Qi. Occasionally, the insect race would invade Immortal Essence City because the soul bodies couldn't fall into a deep sleep for too long, so they needed to wake up from time to time to move their hands and feet. What Lu Yi heard was a simple explanation, but the truth behind it was true. What kind of awareness could make more than a dozen top forces at that time make such a choice together? Previously, there were the human powerhouses of the previous 9 regions era who risked their lives. Later, there were more than a dozen major forces in Immortal Essence City who did not care about their own safety. The human race's torch was passed down one after another, which led to today's situation. So the insect race back then was not completely wiped out, but a part of them was left? Lu Yi keenly noticed something. The ethereal voice sounded. Yes, they live in sorrow and disaster and die in peace and happiness. To a certain extent, the existence of the insect race can make the human race of 9 regions not forget the crisis they once encountered. Therefore, I borrowed the power of the human cultivation world at that time to banish some of the insect race into a small world, which is what you call the insect race's great secret realm. I let them continue to exist, and sometimes I open some passages to give the human cultivators a certain degree of experience. That was how the insect tide on the spirit stream battlefield came about. However, because the strength of the cultivators on the spirit stream battlefield was not high, the insect race that left the insect race's great secret realm was limited to the spirit stream realm. It was impossible for Tianji to let the insect race that was too strong into the spirit stream battlefield. That would not be an experience, but a massacre. Lu Ye's voice slowly turned cold. And this time, in order to urge the 2 camps to join forces, you triggered the insect plague that swept across the entire 9 regions. This was the fastest and most effective method. Many people died. One of my missions is to protect the human race. Believe me, the last thing I want to see is the death of humans. However, you humans have always been at odds with each other since ancient times. It is the same in every generation. There will always be friction and disputes. The 2 camps have been at odds with each other for so many years. If not for this insect plague, they would not have joined forces so easily. The blood refinement realm is coming. If they are unable to join forces, even more people will die. Lu Yi naturally understood this, but he did not argue with it. After all, it was only an artifact spirit that was born from the fusion of the will of heaven and earth. It was not a true human, so it did not consider things so comprehensively. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. The creation of a camp requires a token. That thing is not your true body, is it? Although the Tianji compass in Tai Shan's hand was the same as the one Lu Yi saw, it could not be the real Tianji compass. This thing was currently hidden above the 9 regions, concealing the aura of the 9 regions. Tai Shan did not have the ability to retrieve the real Tianji compass. Of course not. It's just something similar to my true body. So, the confrontation between the 2 camps was also facilitated by you. This is the result of natural evolution. The ethereal voice replied, as I said before, the human race can never get rid of the nature of fighting with each other. Before there was a confrontation between camps, they used sects and families as groups to fight against each other. Then they formed gangs and formed one alliance after another. As history evolved, these alliances gathered and separated and finally formed 2 opposing camps. At this point, the confrontation between the 2 camps had become the norm in the 9 regions. There was no way to pursue the grievances of the ancestors. This matter really could not be blamed on the Tianji compass of the 9 regions. Lu Yi thought about it carefully. If there were no 2 camps in the 9 regions, could the cultivators coexist peacefully? Naturally, it was impossible. Everything about the cultivators depended on fighting and snatching. If there was fighting and snatching, there would be fighting. Moreover, if the world was harmonious and the cultivators were harmonious, what was the use of the cultivators cultivated in this way? They were just a group of trash who only knew how to cultivate and not fight. Once the 9 regions encountered any crisis again, could they be expected to protect the 9 regions? Proper fighting was not a bad thing. Instead, it would allow the cultivators to grow better. As for the casualties in these fights, it was inevitable. Then, why did you ask me to come to see you this time? Lu Yi asked. It was naturally not a coincidence that he could come to the Immortal Essence City from the insect race's great secret realm and see the true face of Tianji. but it was intentional by Tianji. Even before that, he showed him the development and changes of the 9 regions, so that he could understand the history of the entire 9 regions. Naturally, it's because of the blood refining realm. I have a general understanding of the blood refining realm, and I will try my best to mobilize those seniors. I believe they will not sit idly by. Lu Yi frowned and said, "In fact, since you can communicate with people, why don't you come out in person? You don't need to do anything on purpose. You just need to give the cultivators of the 9 regions a revelation or guidance at the right time. In the end, I'm just an object. The cultivators of the 9 regions regard me as the heavenly mystery, unfathomable. I have to maintain my own mystery. If the mystery is lost, then the reverence will be lost. The human heart is complicated. If my existence is exposed, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any devious thoughts. Moreover, this is a matter of you humans. The role I can play is only to assist." Hearing what he said, Lu Yi felt that it was quite reasonable. If a treasure like the Tianji plate was exposed, who would not be tempted? Maybe someone would have some evil thoughts. If they could refine the Tianji plate for their own use, then in the future, they would be the only one in the 9 regions. Therefore, the existence of the Tianji plate was not suitable to be exposed. The cultivators of the 9 regions should indeed maintain a certain degree of reverence for Tianji. I am also a human. Lu Yi glanced at it leisurely. Your inheritance is much more precious than mine, so I don't think there is anything wrong with exposing it in front of you. If one day someone can refine me, it can only be you. My inheritance? Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. Where did my inheritance come from? Not the 9 regions? No, I am not sure where it came from. Many years ago, a powerful human was seriously injured and wandered to the 9 regions. Later, he died here. The inheritance you received was left behind after his death. You are not the first person to receive this inheritance. Before you, there were 2 people who received this inheritance, but they died early. What is the name of the person who left behind the inheritance? I am not sure. I have never asked. He was stronger than anyone I have ever seen. If there was such a strong person in the 9 regions back then, perhaps not so many people would have died, and they would not have been forced to leave their original positions. Lu Yi shook his head. You can't say that. If such a strong person was seriously injured and died, there must be someone stronger than him. Tianji was silent for a moment. You have a point. Chapter 1131. Immortal Essence City, City Lord Mansion. Beside the Soul Pool, Lu Yi was communicating with Tianji. From a long time ago, he had realized that the heavenly secrets of the 9 regions had their own consciousness. However, at that time, he simply thought that this consciousness was the will of the 9 regions. Only now did he realize that there were some complicated inside stories. Tianji was the will of 9 regions, but not completely. It was the spirit of the Tianji disk formed by merging part of the will of 9 regions. It shouldered the heavy responsibility of guarding 9 regions and the human race. For thousands of years, it had been silently protecting this region, trying to reduce the sense of existence of 9 regions in the starry sky, so that it would not be noticed by the powerhouses of other races. From this point of view, it had made a huge contribution. Without its concealment, there might have been some powerhouses who noticed the aura of 9 regions after so many years, and then brought a devastating blow to 9 regions. Moreover, when no one was aware of it, it would definitely put in more effort. For example, if Tianji of 9 regions hadn't sent Lu Yi and the others there, how could the cultivators of 9 regions know about the Wushuang continent? It had the ability to protect the 9 regions and also the ability to monitor the nearby starry sky. It had already found the location of the Wushuang continent and understood the situation there. It sent Lu Yi and the others there and used the pillar of Tianji to open up the connection between the 2 domains, saving the human race that was struggling at death's door on the Wushuang continent. Another example was the blood refining realm. As early as decades or hundreds of years ago, It had used its means to send the old seniors to the blood-refining realm, making them into sharp thorns in the blood-refining realm. What it did was also aimed at saving the human race in the blood-refining realm. However, the distance between the two regions was too far. Although it wanted to save the human race in the blood-refining realm, it was too far away and could only wait for an opportunity. Now, the distance between the two regions was constantly narrowing, and the opportunity was about to come. If you're only here to talk about the blood refinement realm, I can guarantee that I'll do my best. However, this is ultimately a confrontation with another realm. I can't guarantee how many people will be able to gather, especially those in the divine sea realm. They're duty-bound to protect the 9 states because they're cultivators of the 9 states. They might not be willing to go to another realm to protect it. Do you have any benefits that you can offer them? Something practical that can move their hearts, Lu Yi said. Before sensing the aura of the blood-refining realm, Lu Yi had been considering how to recruit more helpers because he did not know how many people Tianji could send over. However, after sensing the aura of the blood refinement realm, he knew that his worries were unnecessary. Tianji had long monitored the movements of the blood refinement realm and knew that the two realms were constantly approaching each other. Therefore, teleportation was not a problem at all. The remaining question was how many people would be willing to work for the human race in the other realm, especially those in the divine sea realm. They were the decisive factor in this battle. If there were not enough benefits, they might not be moved. They were not like those in the true lake of Cloud River, who would never miss an opportunity to gain military merits. To some extent, the intentions of the divine sea realm determine the movements of the cultivators of the entire 9 states. I don't have any special benefits to give them. If I must give them something, it would be the path to the upper realm. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. The path to the upper realm. Each world has its own foundation. The size of the foundation of the world determines the level of the world and the strength of the living creatures living in it. The ancient 9 states had a huge foundation and a very high level, so it was able to give birth to cultivators above the divine sea realm. However, in the process of that migration, the foundation of the 9 states was consumed too much, and the level of the world fell. Therefore, since then, no cultivators above the divine sea realm were born. Lu Yi had vaguely sensed this when he observed the evolution of the 9 states. However, through Tianji's explanation, he understood more thoroughly. After the migration, the level of the 9 states was only at the true lake realm. In other words, the cultivation world of the 9 states at that time could only give birth to cultivators of the true lake realm. For example, the realm of beasts, the soaring dragon realm, and the Wushuang continent that Lu Yi had been to were only at the Cloud River realm, so they could only give birth to cultivators of the Cloud River realm. This was caused by the weak foundation of the world. Of course, the soaring dragon realm once had cultivators of the divine sea realm, but later on the world fell. The Wushuang continent was the same. It was beaten until only a fragment was left, which caused the foundation of the world to fade away. After a long time of accumulation, the foundation of the 9 states is recovering, slowly rising to the level of the divine sea realm. Gradually, cultivators of the divine sea realm appeared. In fact, the current situation is the best for a world. Cultivators of the divine sea realm can't leave the world, so they won't expose the existence of their home planet and also won't bring disaster to their home planet. Lu Yi shook his head. Nothing is absolute. 5,000 years ago, there was a group of insects that discovered the existence of the 9 states. In the future, there may be a stronger foreign race that discovered the 9 states. Humans can only be independent by self-improvement. It is unrealistic to expect others to be blind. The ancestors of the ancient 9 states rushed into the starry sky. Perhaps they really brought disaster to their home planet and paid a painful price. However, the pursuit of greater power and higher cultivation is the nature of cultivators. If time turns back and those ancestors have another chance, I believe that they still won't be bound to their home planet. I'm just a weapon spirit. I can't understand the complexity of the human race. Continue. Now, this time node is very important for the 9 states because after a long time of accumulation, it won't be long before the world of the 9 states reaches the limit of cultivation. They will be able to obtain a higher cultivation base and once again have the power to walk into the starry sky. How long will it not be long? Lu Yi asked. The shortest is a few decades, the longest is 100 years. Lu Yi was silent. For a weapon spirit, like Tianji, the concept of time was different from that of the human race. Even for the divine sea realm, a few decades or 100 years was not short. But for a weapon spirit that had existed for countless years, this time was indeed not long. Is this the opportunity you mentioned to reach the upper realm? Lu Yi was puzzled. If that's the case, then everyone can continue to wait. There's no need to take risks for the blood refining realm. The accumulation of the world's foundation. One way is the accumulation of nature. This requires that the blood refining realm is a big world with a very strong foundation. The realm level will be promoted, and the cultivators of the version 1 will open it. Lu Yi nodded. At this point, he finally got a useful piece of information. This benefit is enough to make the divine sea realm cultivators of the 9 states go all out. Now, he no longer had to worry about not being able to rope in enough people. He believed that as long as he leaked this news, those divine sea realm cultivators would definitely rush to the blood refining realm. No one was willing to wait for another few decades or 100 years, especially for those 9th order cultivators. Their need for the upper realm was urgent. Kill their way into the blood refining realm, slaughter the blood race, save the human race, integrate the 9 states with the foundation of the blood refining realm, and then raise the level of the 9 states, benefiting the cultivators. Lu Yi suddenly felt some sympathy for those old seniors who chose to cultivate in seclusion in order to pry into a higher realm. They could feel that there was still a path after the divine sea realm, but they could not find it. Now that he looked at it, it wasn't because of his 1B question. It was because of the environment that he was in. The world level of the 9 states was not enough to give birth to a higher level cultivator. And the cultivators who could be born in this era were lucky. They would not encounter the difficulties encountered by their predecessors. As long as they cultivated step by step, as long as they had enough aptitude and resources, they could obtain the power to rush out of the 9 states. However, there was one thing that puzzled Lu Yi. Why me? The existence of heaven's secret had always been a mystery. All cultivators were but Daji could also feel heaven's secret from time to time. But no one had ever communicated with heaven's secret face to face like this. There were tens of millions of cultivators in the Li state. Among the cultivators of this generation, Piche might be the most dazzling one, but there were such figures in every era. Take the previous era, for example. Eldest senior brother was also a bunch of old friends. Could it be eldest senior brother, or the elites of other eras? Therefore, he could not understand why Daji was able to see and talk about these things. From his experience growing up, it was obvious that Daji was able to see and talk about these things when Daji was still young and weak. She had been paying attention to him all this time. She even had a direct contact with him in the soaring dragon realm as the little fairy doctor. Your inheritance is one of the reasons. As I said before, your inheritance is much more valuable than mine, so I am not worried about exposing my details in front of you. Of course, the most important reason is time. Even if there is no blood refining realm, the cultivators of the 9 states will have the opportunity to set foot in the starry sky again in a few decades or 100 years. The emergence of the blood refining realm will inevitably accelerate this process. Just as you humans often say, the time has come. So I must find a suitable person in this generation to tell him the history of the 9 states and let him lead the future of the 9 states. Naturally, it is you and it can only be you. Lu Yi touched his nose. Now that you mention it, I feel a little pressured. Your inheritance can allow you to grow quickly and your future achievements will be the greatest in the 9 states. To some extent, your future will represent the future of the 9 states. I have been entrusted with the mission of protecting the 9 states, so I hope to join forces with you to protect this planet. I am a human, so I am naturally duty-bound. Lu Yi nodded. I understand the general situation. I will fully mobilize the cultivators of the 9 states. I believe they will not refuse, but I may need your help when the time comes. Naturally, no problem. Chapter 1132. What should I call you? Lu Yi suddenly realized this problem. An ethereal voice sounded from the white spirit light. You can call me whatever you want. Hat. From the shape, the Tianji plate was indeed like a hat on the head of 9 regions, but it was in a state that was invisible to the naked eye. Even if one looked at it from the starry sky outside 9 regions, one could not see the real existence of this hat. Lu Yi clearly felt that the Tianji plate was a little dissatisfied with this name. Although it was a tool spirit and had no need for names, it had sheltered the human race of 9 regions for so many years, so it knew what kind of name was good and what kind was not. Lu Yi smiled. It seemed that the Tianji plate was not the kind of cold tool spirit without feelings and needs, which was somewhat different from the tool spirit he knew. This was a good thing. With feelings and needs, one would not be too inflexible. His current experience had undoubtedly proved this point. If it was really an inflexible artifact spirit, it would not have worried about so many things, let alone lead him here and show him the many changes of the 9 regions. Since you are a tool spirit born from a part of the will of 9 regions, then call yourself Little 9. Okay. The Tianji plate quickly affirmed this name. Although it was simple, it was much better than a hat or something. Through the door opened by Little 9, Lu Yi left Immortal Essence City. The place where he appeared was in the wilderness. The insect disaster had swept through 9 regions for several years, causing 9 regions to be desolate everywhere. However, because of the existence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it would take less than a year or 2 to restore the environment of the past. Lu Yi didn't even have time to check his location when he immediately sensed several powerful auras around him. At the same time, a familiar voice came into his ears. Yi. Lu Yi turned his head and saw that it was the dean. Not only was the dean here, but Qian Wudong, Pang Zhen, and several other division heads that Lu Yi had seen at the meeting were also present. Nian Yuxian, who set off from the insect clan's great secret realm with him, was also here. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and roughly understood what was going on. He and Nian Yuxian stepped into the fog vortex from the insect clan's great secret realm. As a result, he entered Immortal Essence City, but Nian Yuxian appeared directly here. She didn't see Lu Yi and couldn't contact him. Nian Yuxian didn't know what had happened to him and couldn't help but feel anxious. The sect leader and the others should have been summoned by her. When Lu Yi appeared, they were clearly trying to enter through the portal. Unfortunately, they were blocked by heaven's secrets. So how could they possibly enter? Now that they saw Lu Yi return safely, they all heaved a sigh of relief. As the biggest contributor to the counterattack of the insect clan's secret realm by the 9 regions army, Lu Yi's name was not only in the military province, but also in the entire 9 regions. The celebration banquet had not started yet, so nothing could happen to this contributor. Before anyone could ask, Lu Yi bowed and said, "Sirs, this junior has a request." It had been 2 months since the 9 states' army's counterattack on the insect clan's great arcane realm. It took about a month for the army to retreat from the insect tribe's great arcane realm. The main reason was that there were too many people and it was difficult to travel. 1 month after their return, the cultivators of the 9 regions rushed around and wiped out the remaining insect clan. Now, it could be said that the insect disaster in the entire 9 regions had basically been solved. Perhaps there were some scattered fish that escaped the net, but it was difficult for them to cause any trouble. This was the first time in the history of the 9 regions that the 2 camps had joined forces to resist the enemy on a large scale and had achieved such a brilliant achievement. It was destined to leave a strong mark in the annals of history. Such a grand event was naturally worth celebrating. Before Liu Ye's return, the 9 regions had been preparing for the celebration banquet. However, because the biggest contributor had not yet appeared, it was only in the preparation stage. After Liu Ye's return, the preparations suddenly accelerated a lot, and the location of the celebration banquet was soon finalized. It was in the Haotian city of the military province. The Demon's Ridge had expected this. After all, Liu Yi was a cultivator of the Haotian alliance of the military province. If he had such a request, it would be difficult for others to refuse. This banquet was not only a celebration, but also an exchange of opinions between the higher-ups of the 2 camps. The insect disaster had passed. How the 2 camps should get along in the future was a question worth pondering. It was unrealistic for them to coexist peacefully. However, it was too hasty for them to restore the opposing positions of the past. The current situation was more or less awkward. Therefore, the higher-ups of both sides intended to use this celebration banquet to determine how they should get along with each other in the future. Otherwise, there was no need to hold a celebration banquet when there were so many things waiting to be done in the 9 regions. Even if they had won a battle, there was no need to hold a celebration banquet. The banquet was set to be held 10 days later. Those who were eligible to receive the invitation were all the top cultivators of the Spirit Sea realm in the various continents. However, in addition, the Haotian city of the military province had also specially sent out invitations to dozens of sects. This action made many people feel a little puzzled because these dozens of sects included the Haotian Alliance and the Demon's Ridge. Most of them were sects above the 3rd rank, and a few were at the 5th or 6th rank. There was not much pattern to speak of. This action not only puzzled the Demon's Ridge, but also puzzled a member of the Haotian Alliance of the military province who was in charge of this matter. However, this was Liu Ye's request, so he could only do as he was told. After all, he was the biggest contributor to this battle, and he was so young. Naturally, he had the right to make some requests. There were many cultivators who received the invitation to the banquet, including the top cultivators of the 9 regions. As for how many people would come, it depended on the cultivators themselves. The Haotian city of the military province was also very busy. A large number of cultivators were preparing for the celebration banquet. It was foreseeable that the Haotian city would be filled with Spirit Sea realm cultivators. It would be a huge scene. Gan Wudong took a break from the busy work and complained to the chief, Elder Tang, "What is Liu Yi doing? There are too many people invited this time. Even if only half of them come, it will be a shocking number. With so many cultivators of the Spirit Sea realm gathering in the Haotian city, we can't afford to be responsible if something happens." When Liu Yi returned that day, he asked them to do one thing, which was to invite all the heroes of the 9 regions to gather in the Haotian city. At that time, there would be a big announcement which was related to the future of the 9 regions. If others said this, no one would take it too seriously. But since Liu Yi said it, and with the support of the Great War meritorious official Halo, they couldn't help but take it seriously. Later, Pang Zhen and the others insisted on holding the banquet in the Haotian city of the military province. They took this opportunity to invite all the heroes. However, if things went on like this, even Gan Wudong was a bit worried. There were too many people invited. By then, all the cultivators of the Spirit Sea realm from all over the 9 regions would gather in the Haotian city. However, he didn't know what Liu Yi was up to, so he had to ask the chief for advice. The chief knew more than him. Hearing this, he said, "Don't worry. There won't be any accidents." Compared to what Liu Yi was about to announce, the internal strife in the 9 regions was nothing. Take the response to the insect disaster as an example. Everyone was fighting among themselves, but if there was an external enemy, they could still unite and face the external enemy together. Gan Wudong came up to him sneakily and said, "Elder Tang, if you have any inside information, please tell me so that I can be prepared." The chief sighed and whispered to him for a while. Lu Yi would announce it in public in a few days. It didn't matter if they knew in advance. Gan Wudong was stunned and said, "This kind of thing can happen." The chief said, "In fact, I can't believe it either. But since Lu Yi asked for it, he must have a definite result. This kind of thing can't be proven by word of mouth." Gan Wudong's expression was serious. Lu Yi said he has his own means to prove it. "We'll know at the banquet. Where is he now?" Gan Wudong was going to ask Lu Yi in person. The chief said, "He seems to have gone to the Elixir Heart sect." Gan Wudong was helpless. He couldn't go to the Elixir Heart sect, so he could only send a message. At this time, Lu Yi was on a spiritual peak of the Elixir Heart sect, accompanied by the Thought Moon Immortal. He was visiting Great Master's sister-in-law. Qiumin nowadays in all of the 9 regions, only the large sects had such lush mountains. This was because there were cultivators guarding the sections. As long as the insect race appeared, they would be killed immediately. This was to prevent the insect race from destroying the foundations of their sections. Lu Yi had known about the existence of Great Master's sister-in-law for a long time. But because of the past grievances between the Elixir Heart sect and the Jade Blood sect, he didn't have a chance to visit her. He had to let Great Master's sister-in-law be mentally prepared in advance. He had told the chief that Great Master was still alive, and then he told Taishan. On the way to the Elixir Heart sect, he also told the Thought Moon Immortal. There was no reason not to inform Great Master's sister-in-law. After all, she was the closest person to Great Master. When the Thought Moon Immortal heard the news, she almost couldn't stabilize her spiritual power and flapped her wings in midair. At this moment, Great Master's sister-in-law's performance was not much better than the Thought Moon Immortal. She repeatedly confirmed with Lu Yi that he wasn't lying to her. As she spoke, her eyes turned red and tears flowed out. Lu Yi didn't know how to comfort her and could only let her vent her emotions. She thought that her Taoist companion had died many years ago, but he was alive and well, and it wouldn't be long before they reunited again. No one would be better than Great Master's sister-in-law in this situation. At the same time, he also replied to Gan Wudong's message. After a while, he ended the message with Gan Wudong. Lu Yi looked at Qiumin and said, "We were separated by 2 realms, and I didn't know if we would have a chance to see each other again. So when I came back, Great Master told me not to tell anyone that he was still alive, so as not to disturb the mood of our family." Qiumin raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face and said softly, "Then why are you willing to tell me now?" Lu Yi said, "There are some changes in the situation. It won't be long before Great Master's sister-in-law and Great Master's sister-in-law reunite." Qiumin was stunned, and her eyes lit up. "You mean, I can go to the blood refining realm, or he can come back?" 82 Chinese Network. Chapter 1133. Lu Yi nodded. "Since we can go to the blood refining realm, eldest senior brother can also come back." Qiumin was obviously shocked by this huge surprise. Even though she was also in the divine sea realm, she was at a loss for a moment. After a long while, she calmed down and looked at Lu Yi sincerely. "Your eldest senior brother calls you youngest junior brother, so I will also call you youngest junior brother. Youngest junior brother, thank you for telling me this." Lu Yi said, "We're a family. You're being too polite. In fact, I came here to tell you this because I'm a little selfish. Go ahead. You know the situation with my 4th senior brother. When we were in the blood refining realm last time, I didn't dare to tell eldest senior brother about this. Now that I'm back in 9 regions, I can't talk about eldest senior brother in front of 4th senior brother, so..." Qiumin immediately understood. She smiled and said, "You're so considerate. Leave this matter to me. Your 4th senior brother was raised by me. I'm his senior sister in name. But if I ask him to call me mother, will he dare to say no?" Lu Yi felt a weight lifted off his chest. "Thank you, senior sister." The seniority had become a bit messy after all. But cultivators, in many cases, couldn't be bound by the ethics of mortals. When the time came, they could only talk about their own things. Senior Sister Fong was still Senior Sister Fong, and Eldest Senior Sister was still Eldest Senior Sister. Fourth Senior Brother and Maidservant Fong, you, were childhood sweethearts and had feelings for each other. In the end, they couldn't be forcibly separated because of seniority. Fortunately, Eldest Senior Brother's wife was a reasonable person. Presumably, Eldest Senior Brother's side wouldn't have too many opinions. After saying goodbye to Eldest Senior Sister, Lu Yi and Yan Yuxian embarked on a return journey back to Great Sky City. He thought that he could have some leisure time before the celebration banquet. But as soon as he returned to Great Sky City, he was caught by Qian Wudong and arranged a reception task for him. Lu Yi had no choice but to stay in the east of Great Sky City with other cultivators to welcome the guests who came from all over 9 regions. Great Sky City suddenly became very lively. Because of the distance, the guests who came from different places in the 9 regions arrived at different times. Those who were closer naturally came earlier, especially the cultivators who belonged to the Haotian Alliance in the neighboring regions. They came early. Those who were further away were still on the way, but it would not take long for them to arrive. All the rooms in Grand Heaven City were vacated to accommodate the guests from all over the world. Even Lu Ye's courtyard was requisitioned after the last battle in the insect clan's great secret realm. He became famous in the 9 regions and made the cultivation world of the 9 regions realize his terrifying potential. When the guests who rushed over were received by him, they naturally couldn't help but praise him and feel closer to him. As a member of the welcoming team, Lu Yi was familiar with many senior warriors of the Spirit Sea realm. In terms of networking, he had expanded a lot. Gradually, Lu Yi felt that something was not quite right. There were simply too many people coming, and he was so busy that his feet hit the back of his head. He had just settled this group of people down, and now he had to welcome the next group. When Qian Wu came to inspect, Lu Yi asked about the reason. Qian Wudong said angrily, "It's all because of you. Originally, we had expected that half of the people invited would come, but now more than half have come. Almost everyone has come. Is that not all of them have come? Tell me, you even brought your family with you. Why do you all have such big mouths?" Lu Yi was furious. Although some things were destined to be announced, the reason why he kept it secret was because he didn't want to cause too much chaos. The blood refinement realm had to be spread among the higher-ups of the 9 prefectures in advance, and then these higher-ups would radiate downward. Only by doing so could he stabilize the people's hearts. "It's none of my business." Qian Wudong denied it. "I didn't spread it to outsiders, but all cultivators have a few friends. Plus, it's such a big thing. You can't hide it unless you don't tell anyone." Lu Yi also knew that he was right. From another perspective, this was not necessarily a bad thing. If more cultivators participated in this event, they would be able to obtain first-hand information, and there would be less resistance when they mobilized in the future. The welcoming continued. As the date of the celebration banquet approached, more and more people came. Now, the streets of Grand Sky City were full of divine Sea Realm cultivators. Haotian City had no choice but to make some changes to the location of the celebration banquet. The original location of the celebration banquet was arranged to be in a spacious hall that could easily accommodate a few hundred people. But now it could only be placed in the square outside. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the celebration banquet arrived. In the huge plaza, tables and tables were neatly arranged. Since the end of the morning, people had arrived one after another and found a place to sit. In just an hour, the huge plaza was filled to the brim. Thousands of divine Sea Realm cultivators, each representing a sect in a major continent, and most of them were cultivators above the 7th order. Now that they were all gathered in one place, it was a grand occasion. Although there were many people, it was not noisy. Some sat together and communicated with their divine senses, while others sat still with their eyes closed. Cultivators had different personalities, so naturally they did things differently. Everyone was waiting. There were no gongs or drums, nor were there any colorful flags. After all, cultivators were different from mortals. They didn't need a scene. Until a certain moment, a figure flew into the air and stopped. In an instant, thousands of pairs of eyes focused on him. Even though Lu Yi was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel a little dazed at this moment. At this moment, he was facing the most elite group of masters in the cultivation world of the 9 states. If it were a cultivator with an unstable mind, even standing here would be a problem. He pushed his spirit chi to resist the invisible pressure. His 5th order divine sea realm cultivation could be said to be at the bottom of the list. But at this moment, he was the real focus of everyone's attention. No one was surprised. Due to the spread of some untrue news, the cultivators gathered here probably knew that today's celebration banquet was just an excuse to gather the divine sea realm cultivators of the 9 states. The real purpose was the shocking event that could affect the future of the 9 states. And the source of this news was the biggest contributor to the counterattack against the insect race's great sealed realm. If he didn't take the stage, who would? Everyone was curious as to what kind of event this was. Lu Yi cupped his fists and bowed. His voice spread out in all directions with the help of his spirit chi. Junior Lu Yi of the Blue Blood sect greets all the seniors. Today, all of you are gathered here. This is a grand occasion for my war province and also a grand occasion for the 9 states. Taking advantage of this grand occasion, this junior has something to announce. This matter is related to the future of the 9 states and its survival. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression turned cold. The news that everyone received only said that what Lu Yi was going to announce was related to the future of the 9 states. But it didn't say that it was related to the survival of the 9 states. They immediately understood that the seriousness of the matter that Lu Yi was going to announce might be beyond their imagination. But what in this world could be related to the survival of the 9 states? After all, even the insect disaster had been quelled. Although they were puzzled, no one interrupted. They just listened. This was the most basic etiquette, and it was also a sign of the calmness of the divine sea realm cultivators. Before announcing this matter, this junior has an experience that he would like to share with all the seniors. Lu Yi spoke frankly. It was a few years ago. At that time, this junior was only a 5th order true lake realm cultivator. By chance, I went to a world boundary called the Blood Refining Realm. All the seniors here have cultivated for a long time, so whether it is knowledge or experience, this junior can't compare to. Presumably, you all know that in this vast starry sky, there are other worlds besides the 9 states. Then, Lu Yi gave a brief account of his experiences in the Blood Refining Realm, the hardships of the human race in the Blood Refining Realm, the tyrannical cruelty of the blood race, and the struggle for survival of the blue blood, holy land in the divine Watchtower Sea. As Lu Yi narrated, the general picture of this world boundary slowly unfolded in everyone's hearts. Many divine sea realm cultivators listened in amazement because, even with their knowledge and experience, they had never had such a bizarre experience. Now, it seemed that Lu Yi of the Blue Blood sect could achieve such achievements at such a young age was not by chance. His experience alone surpassed 99% of the cultivators present. Soon, Lu Yi gave a brief account of what happened in the Blood Refining Realm. The large square was silent. Everyone was thinking about Lu Ye's intention in saying this. A 9th order cultivator sitting in the front row said, "Little friend Lu, as you said, there are a large number of blood race cultivators in the blood refining world, and there are many masters there, especially those saint seeds. Each of them has strength that surpasses an ordinary 9th order cultivator. How could the blue blood holy land resist such a powerful force?" Lu Yi turned his head and recognized the identity of the person who spoke. It was He Xiong, the chief of Yu Province's Myriad Demon Ridge. In the last battle in the insect race's great sealed realm, Lu Yi had urged the Blood River to help the Ninth Order cultivators kill their enemies. He had more or less dealt with Hexiong. Yu Province was directly under the control of Myriad Demon Ridge. As the chief of a province, Hexiong's status was comparable to Pangzhen's, but the forces under his command were much stronger. After all, Grand Heaven Alliance and Myriad Demon Ridge each occupied half of the war province. Lu Yi smiled faintly. The Blue Blood Holy Land was able to resist because they had the geographical advantage. Being in the middle of the Divine Gate Sea, the Blood Race had to cross the sea if they wanted to capture the Blue Blood Holy Land. The blood water in the Blood Sea was no different from poison to ordinary Blood Race cultivators. Once they fell into it, they would either die or be crippled. In such an environment, the Blood Race's strength would be greatly limited. Secondly, it's naturally because there are quite a few experts in the Holy Land of Jade Blood. Moreover, those experts aren't ordinary experts. Any one of them possesses strength comparable to a holy seed. As soon as the statement came out, the crowd went into an uproar. According to Lu Ye's description, there were not many Ninth Order realm cultivators present who could match a saint seed. But the fact that there was a group of human race cultivators in Blue Blood Holy Land who could match a saint seed was simply inconceivable. Since the blood refining realm is the world of the blood race and humans are their food, how could there be so many human race masters? 82 Chinese Network. Chapter 1134. If they were from the blood race, they wouldn't give humans much room to cultivate. Therefore, it was hard to believe that the Jade Blood Sacred Ground had so many powerful cultivators who were as powerful as the saint seeds. Lu Yi looked at the person who spoke. Senior, you have sharp eyes. You asked a good question. I've been in the blood refining realm for 2 years, and all the humans I've seen are struggling to survive. It's true that they can't produce powerful cultivators. But what if the powerful cultivators in the Jade Blood Sacred Ground weren't born in the blood refining realm? The cultivator who spoke frowned. What do you mean, little friend? Lu Yi said loudly, if I can enter the blood refining realm from the 9 states, there must be others who can do it before me. He suddenly turned his head and looked at a spot in the front row. He raised his hand and threw an item in that direction. Sword Master Mu, do you recognize this item? Mu Suifeng, the Sword Master of the North Profound Sword Sect, raised his hand and pinched the item. He looked at it and was shocked. This is a sword letter. The so-called sword letter was actually the tip of a sword that contained the true intent of the North Xian sword sect. It had always been used as a token by the North Xian sword sect. Currently, in the entire North Xian sword sect, only Mu Suifeng had the right to send out such a sword letter to a friend who had contributed greatly to the North Xian sword sect. The holder of this sword letter could request the North Xian sword sect to do anything within their power. Ever since the North Profound sword sect was established, they had only sent out such a sword letter twice. The first one was never used, but the second one was used. That time, 800 sword cultivators of the North Profound sword sect came down from the Heavenly Mountain and stirred up a big storm. The North Profound sword sect and the Jade Blood sect were both in the war state and had a good relationship. Mu Suifeng also thought highly of Lu Yi. With Li Baxian's relationship, the North Profound sword sect was a natural ally of the Jade Blood sect. However, even if they were allies, Mu Suifeng didn't dare to be careless when it came to the Sword Master's sword letter. He was sure that the North Profound sword sect hadn't sent out any sword letter in the past 400 years. This made Mu Suifeng very confused. Where did Lu Ye's sword letter come from? What surprised him even more was that the sword Dao true intent contained within the sword letter was indeed Bei Xian's true inheritance. Moreover, the strength of the sword Dao true intent even surpassed his own. In this world, there was only one person who could surpass him, the Bei Xian sword master, in terms of swordsmanship, the 5th generation sword master, Jian Guhong. However, Even Mu Sui Feng could not confirm whether this senior was dead or alive. Since he was in seclusion, he would either succeed or die trying. Hence, even when they were attacking the Bug clan's great mystic realm, Mu Sui Feng did not dare to disturb Jian Guhong. Thinking of this, Mu Sui Feng vaguely reacted and raised his head to look at Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded slightly at him, confirming his guess. Mu Sui Feng's expression changed. He found it hard to believe, but he had no choice but to believe it. Vice League Leader Pang. Lu Yi looked at Pang Zhen and threw out another item. Pang Zhen took it and examined it carefully. His expression also became serious. He said slowly, "If I'm not wrong, this should be the token of the third-generation sect leader of the Vital Spirit sect. The third-generation sect leader has been in seclusion for many years." Lu, yeah, where did you get this? Lu Yi replied calmly, "Naturally, Senior Meng, Jia gave it to me personally." Pang Zhen's eyes narrowed. He could not help but have the same inexplicable feeling as Mu Sui Feng. Lu Yi spoke again. "Which senior from the Dharma sect is here?" Somewhere in the square, an elder was startled. He immediately stood up. "I am Gong Sun Miao from the Dharma sect." Lu Yi threw out a token at him. Senior Yu Ji said that the Dharma sect is getting worse with each generation. You all have to work hard. Don't disgrace the reputation she established back then. Gong Sun Miao caught the token and immediately studied it with the other Dharma sect cultivators who came with him. Lu Yi continued, "Has anyone from the Valley of the Medicine Masters come?" Someone immediately stood up. "Over here." Another token was thrown out. It was a small alchemy cauldron. At the same time, there was a postscript. Granny Jiao said that she doesn't have many years left to live. This cauldron has been with her for many years. She left it for the younger generation to store their grief. Where is the Songlang sect? Where did the seniors of Tianyi Dao come from? Is anyone from the Qing Xian sect here? One by one, the sects were called out. One by one, the tokens were displayed. The originally quiet banquet became noisy. The cultivators of the sects who received the tokens were all studying the authenticity of the tokens. At the same time, they sent messages to their sects, urgently checking some information. The cultivators of the sects who were not called looked at Lu Yi eagerly, as if they were waiting for something. Soon, people realized that the seniors who gave the tokens mentioned by Lu Yi were all strong cultivators who suppressed an era. It could be said that the era they were in was dominated by these names that had long been forgotten by the world. Combined with the various things that Lu Yi had said before, a bold and exciting guess gradually emerged in everyone's minds. Dozens of tokens, dozens of sects, were distributed in less than half a quarter of an hour. Although the time was short, some things could already be confirmed. Many of the cultivators of the sects who received the tokens sent a message to the cultivators who stayed behind to open the place where their ancestors were in seclusion. In the end, they found that it was empty. There was no living person, nor was there a dead person. The ancestors who should have been in seclusion of life and death had long disappeared without a trace. This kind of noise continued for a long time. Lu Yi stood in midair and waited quietly. He knew that some things were very shocking even for the cultivators. They needed time to digest it until a shout came out. "Silence!" Only then did the noise die down. Several thousand pairs of eyes once again gathered on Lu Yi, waiting for his answer. Lu Ye's expression was solemn. Just as the seniors thought, the cultivators of a human race in the blood refining world are all from the 9 provinces. In the past 200 years, they went to the blood refining world at different times, and the blue blood holy land was created by them together. It is the only pure land of the human race in the blood refining world. It is because of them that the blue blood holy land can be preserved. Although they had guessed it in their hearts, when this guess was confirmed by Lu Yi, it was still shocking. Someone even shouted excitedly, "The heavens have mercy! The 6th sect master is still alive." This unfilial descendant has shamed you." The one who shouted this was a true Lake Ninth Order cultivator. He was from a 5th grade sect and was also added to the invitation list by Louis. Before this, no one knew why he did this. Only now did they understand the deeper meaning. Thinking about it carefully, he had specifically asked to invite a few dozen sects. This sect also had an extremely glorious time. It was when the 6th sect master was active in the 9 provinces. The sect's grade had jumped to 1st grade, but after the 6th sect master gradually came out, the talents in the sect withered, and the sect's grade slowly fell to 5th grade. Now, there wasn't even a Spirit Sea realm cultivator in the sect. Now that they suddenly learned that their sect master was still alive, they were naturally emotional and cried tears of joy. Not to mention the people of this 5th grade sect. Even the Vitality sect and the Northern Mystery Sword sect, which were still 1st grade sects, could not help but feel indignant and agitated when they heard that their ancestors were protecting the human race in another world and were suffering. They could not help but want to go back to their sects to gather their troops and rush to the blood refinement realm to help their ancestors, not to mention the people of this 5th grade sect. Longbow was deep in thought. "Louis, this is what you want to announce. After all, this is a matter of another world. What does it have to do with the 9 provinces? How can it decide the future and survival of the 9 provinces?" Lu Yi looked at Longbow gratefully. The other party asked the right question at the right time. As Senior Long said, this is, after all, a matter of another world. It is reasonable to say that it has nothing to do with my 9 regions. But have you ever thought about why those dozens of old seniors with top cultivation base were sent to the blood refining world one after another? If it really has nothing to do with the blood refining world, all their efforts in the blood refining world are meaningless. There is a gap in the defensive line of the Jade Blood Sacred Ground. The blood race's next large-scale attack will definitely break through the Jade Blood Sacred Ground. At that time, those sect masters will have no barrier to defend. Even if their cultivation is good, they can't avoid the fate of being besieged to death. So, everything in the blood refining world is related to the 9 provinces. Because it's here. Longbow's eyelids twitched. "Who's here?" His words were unclear, and he didn't understand what it meant. Although the thought of a lake popped up in his mind, no matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. But Lu Ye's next words shattered Longbow's hopes. "The blood refining world is here." He pointed to a certain direction in the sky. Although we don't know how far it is from the 9 provinces for the time being, it is indeed approaching. The whole audience paled. Even many 9th Order masters couldn't help but feel their spirit chi fluctuate. In an instant, the spirit chi of the entire banquet hall became chaotic. Lu Ye's words were simply too shocking, too unimaginable, and already had a tinge of bewitchment. Many people turned their heads to look at the sect master, as if saying, "Your disciple has lost his mind. Why aren't you going up and pulling him down?" But the sect master just sat there with his eyes closed. To be honest, when Lu Yi told him about this before, his reaction was no better than that of the warriors of the Spirit Sea realm present. He confirmed with Lu Yi several times, and Lu Yi swore that he was telling the truth. Only then did he believe Lu Yi. After the sudden chaos, the audience fell silent. If Lu Yi had said such a thing at the beginning, no one would have believed him. An entire world was approaching the 9 provinces. Who would dare to believe such a thing? But with all the previous foreshadowing, Lu Ye's words at this moment were more or less credible. But such a big matter couldn't be easily believed by Lu Yi. This is a matter of great importance. Words alone are not enough. Lu Yi, you said that the blood refining world is approaching the 9 provinces. Do you have any evidence? Chapter 1135. If what Lu Yi said was true, then it was really related to the survival of the 9 regions. According to Lu Ye's description, the blood refining realm was a realm that was not inferior to the 9 regions in the slightest. Moreover, the blood race who ruled this realm fed on the blood of the human race. In the blood race's philosophy, the human race was their livestock in captivity. Once such a realm came into contact with the 9 regions, it would inevitably end in a fight to the death. However, for such a big matter, they naturally couldn't just believe Lu Ye's words. He had to show some convincing evidence. It was best to let them enter the blood refining realm now and see with their own eyes. Of course, Lu Yi couldn't do such a thing. He couldn't enter the blood refining realm himself now, but he had other preparations. I have a treasure called the Divine Mirror. When activated, you can see hundreds of millions of miles. Seniors, please take a look. As Lu Yi spoke, he took out a mirror-like treasure. This treasure was indeed called the Divine Mirror, and it was a treasure of the spirit treasure level. Lu Yi spent a lot of battle merits to exchange for it from the War Merit Pavilion. Its effect was to see distant scenes. As for the distance, tens of thousands of miles was the limit. It was impossible to see hundreds of millions of miles. However, with Little Nine's help in secret, it could easily see hundreds of millions of miles. In fact, even without the Divine Mirror, with Little Nine's ability, it could show the scene hundreds of millions of miles away and then win the trust of everyone. However, as Little Nine said before, the secrets of heaven were high and mysterious. If it was revealed in front of people, it would make the cultivators lose their respect. Therefore, it was not suitable for Little Nine to be exposed in public. It was best to continue to let the cultivators of the 9 regions maintain their respect for the secrets of heaven. As he spoke, Lu Yi had already taken out the heaven-reflecting mirror. The glossy surface of the mirror slowly flew into the air and expanded in the wind. In an instant, it became enormous. The surface of the mirror did not reflect light, but within it was a lake that seemed to ripple like water. It is difficult to activate this treasure. Seniors, please help me and inject your spiritual power into it. Lu Yi shouted again. The real situation was naturally not so troublesome, but at this time it was better to let everyone participate in it to win the trust of others. As Lu Yi injected spiritual energy into the mirror, thousands of warriors at the Spirit Sea realm did the same. In an instant, spiritual energy flowed like a stream. Some strange scenes slowly appeared in the mirror of the lake. The mirror seemed to have turned into an eye. It stood in the starry sky at an unknown distance from the 9 regions and looked at the deep starry sky. Celestial bodies that no one had ever seen before appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing an uproar. Spirit Sea realm cultivators couldn't leave the 9 provinces, and no one had ever experienced the vastness of the starry sky. So when they saw such a scene, even 9th Order cultivators couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe and instinctive yearning. The scene in the mirror was moving forward rapidly, leading the gods of the 9 states. A large, dazzling celestial body suddenly appeared in the mirror. It was a huge burning fireball, even though it was separated by billions of miles. From a distance, everyone could not help but feel a burning sensation, as if they would be burned to death by the raging flames in the next moment. Screams rang out as thousands of eyes that had been staring at the mirror unblinkingly looked away at this moment. Someone even exclaimed, "Lu Yi, quickly look away, that's the sun." Of course, Lu Yi knew that it was the sun. He did it on purpose. The Spirit Sea realm cultivators of the 9 states were unfamiliar with the starry sky. Even if he used the help of the sky-reflecting mirror and Little Nine in secret to show them the profundity of the starry sky, he might not be able to win their trust completely. Someone might even think that he had used some tricks in secret. The sky-reflecting mirror was his. What he wanted to show in the sky-reflecting mirror was his. There were only 2 things that cultivators knew about the starry sky: the sun and the moon. These 2 celestial bodies were the things that cultivators knew the most about. At this moment, the sun that appeared in the heaven-illuminating mirror was enough to prove that the scene in the mirror came from the depths of the starry sky and dispel some people's suspicions. Lu Yi followed the advice and quickly controlled the heaven-illuminating mirror to change its direction. Only then did the cultivators slowly turn back and continue to stare at the heaven-illuminating mirror. feeling the shock of the endless starry sky, until a huge celestial body suddenly appeared in the heaven-illuminating mirror. In their previous observations, most of the celestial bodies were round. The celestial body inside was not round. At first glance, it looked like a huge gourd, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. The scene in the mirror was fixed on this celestial body. Lu Ye's voice sounded. "Everyone, this is my starry sky, the blood-refining realm mentioned before, and the celestial body here is the blood-refining realm, the reflection of the realm. A few months ago, when I observed it, it was on the celestial body. It was bright. If any of you are used to observing the sky at night, you must have noticed this anomaly." Immediately, a spirit sea realm cultivator nodded in agreement. "That's right, there is indeed a celestial body in this direction that has changed a lot recently." This old man didn't understand what was going on before, but it turns out that it is a realm approaching. There were more than one spirit sea realm cultivator who had observed this. At this moment, when he spoke, it undoubtedly confirmed something. Because it is getting closer and closer, it is getting brighter and brighter. One day, it will collide with the 9 provinces. At that time, it will be a disaster for the 9 provinces. As Lu Yi spoke, he raised his hand, and the huge heaven-illuminating mirror returned to its original size and flew into his hand. Observing the starry sky like this consumed the heritage of the 9 provinces, so it was not good to continue. Just observing the starry sky like this consumed the heritage of the 9 provinces world that had been accumulated for several years. Thousands of people retracted their gazes reluctantly. This short observation not only shocked them greatly, but also stimulated the instinctive yearning for the starry sky in their bones, especially those 9th order cultivators. They could feel that there was something in the vast starry sky that they longed for, but could not ask for. Seniors, a great enemy is coming. The blood race treats humans as food. If they know about the existence of the 9 provinces, they will definitely not give up. So, if we want to solve this disaster, we must strike first. Right now, the enemy is in the open, while we are in the dark, and the jade blood holy land has taken root in the blood refining realm. This is a heaven-sent opportunity, but as for the specifics, I ask seniors to decide together. In the huge square, no one spoke. Those sect cultivators whose ancestors had already rushed to the blood refining realm naturally wanted to help the jade blood holy land right now. But there were only a few dozen such sects. Compared to the large sects in the entire 9 provinces, the proportion was still too low. Their opinions could not represent the entire 9 provinces. Moreover, the risk of fighting against an entire realm was incomparable to that of attacking the insect race's Great Sealed Realm. Although the insect race had wreaked havoc in the 9 provinces for several years, causing people to suffer, they did not have much spiritual wisdom. Under the concerted efforts of the 9 provinces' cultivators, it did not take too much effort to clean them up. However, the blood race in the blood refining realm was different. Except for their different appearances, it could be said that they were no different from the human race. Against the blood refining realm, it was a race war between the human race and the blood race, and the risks to be taken were too great. Therefore, this kind of major event could not be decided in a hurry. It was not until a long time later that a person's voice sounded. "Little friend Lu, you said that the blood refining realm is approaching the 9 provinces, and sooner or later the 2 realms will collide. However, the starry sky is vast, and the probability of these 2 stars colliding is still very small, right? The most likely situation is that the blood refining realm and the 9 provinces will pass by each other without any involvement. If so, why do we have to act so rashly?" The person who spoke was not timid, but these words were the words of an old man. What Lu Yi had just said was based on the premise that the 2 realms would have an earth-shattering collision. But what if the 2 realms would not intersect? As he said, the starry sky was vast, and the probability of the 2 stars colliding was still very small. It was not a wise move to rashly drag the 9 provinces into the flames of war. Many people had this idea in their hearts, but it was difficult to say it out loud. Lu Yi nodded. Indeed, as this senior said, the probability of the collision between the blood refining realm and the 9 provinces is not high. However, according to the information I have found, the blood refining realm is coming straight to the 9 provinces. So the two realms are likely to have a certain degree of intersection. Taking a step back, even if there is really no intersection between the two realms and the blood refining realm is just passing by the nearby starry sky, for the future of the cultivation world of the 9 provinces, we can't let go of this opportunity. Opportunity? What do you mean by that? The man asked. Lu Yi said calmly, let's talk about the limitations and bottlenecks of the cultivation world of the 9 provinces. Since historical records, the cultivation world of the 9 provinces has always been revered by the divine sea realm. After our cultivators reach the divine sea realm, the progress of our cultivation will become slower and slower until the limit is the 9th order. He turned his head to look at the 9th order cultivators sitting at the front. Seniors, your cultivation has now reached the limit, and you can no longer make any progress. But I believe that you can feel that there is still a path of cultivation after the divine sea realm. It's just that there is no way to enter it. Since ancient times, many old seniors have chosen to enter a life and death seclusion after reaching the limit of their cultivation in order to break through the mysteries of the next realm. But so far, no one has succeeded. Is it because their talent is not enough? Or is there a flaw in their cultivation method? None of them. The 9 provinces is vast and has abundant resources, and there are many talented people. So many seniors have walked the path of cultivation, carrying on the past and opening up the future. It is impossible that all of them are not talented enough, and if they can cultivate to the divine sea realm, their cultivation method will not have too many flaws. The reason why they have not broken through to the divine sea realm is not because of the lack of manpower, but because our 9 provinces is not enough. Chapter 1136. The Inadequacy of the World. Someone was surprised. What inadequacy could there be in the world? What did it have to do with a cultivator's cultivation? Those who had such thoughts were not 9th order cultivators, because they were not strong enough to feel it. On the other hand, the 9th order masters wore thoughtful looks. Each of them wanted to break through the mysteries of the spirit sea realm. Although they were not in a life or death situation at their level of cultivation, they could naturally perceive something. It was as if there was an invisible force in the world that bound them, preventing them from pursuing a higher level of cultivation. No one knew what kind of force it was, because they could only vaguely feel it, and it was not clear enough, so they could not judge. But Lu Ye's words woke them up. Only now did the 9th order cultivators realize that the force that bound them to pursue a higher level of cultivation came from the 9 provinces itself. Faintly, they all had a premonition that what Lu Yi was going to say next would be earth-shattering, perhaps allowing them to understand many things that had been puzzling them for a long time. Immediately, they sat up straight and listened attentively. Every world has its own level, and the level depends on the strength of the world's heritage. The limit a cultivator can reach is directly related to the level of the world. Lu Yi continued to explain some of the information he had obtained from Little Nine. Every word was shocking, just like how many spirit sea cultivators had seen the vast starry sky with the help of the heaven illuminating mirror. If the world is compared to a bottle, then the water in the bottle is the foundation of the world. What can be bred in a small bottle? It's just some insects. But what if it's a pond? At least fish and shrimp can survive in it. But what about the sea? Right now, the 9 provinces is a small bottle, and we spirit sea cultivators live in it. Insects in it. It's the same with the blood refining world. But if the 9 provinces devours the heritage of the blood refining world, then the bottle that is the 9 provinces can turn into a pond. At that time, we insects will have the opportunity to become fish and shrimp, and it will be easy to break through the shackles of the spirit sea realm. His eyes suddenly lit up. These words not only excited the 9th order masters, but even the divine sea masters below the 9th order couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning. None of them had reached the 9th order yet, but who didn't have a ninth order heart. If they continued to maintain the current situation, when they reached the ninth order, would they have to walk the same path as their ancestors? But if what Lu Yi said was true, it would be useless to sit in a life and death seclusion. In order to solve the problem of no one in the 9 regions breaking through to the Divine Sea Realm, the only way was to expand the foundation of the 9 regions and turn a bottle into a pond. Little friend Lu, where did you learn about these things? A ninth order master asked. These old men who had lived for so many years didn't know anything about this. So how could Lu Yi, a young man in his 20s, know such shocking things? However, his words were clear and logical, and they were very persuasive. Lu Yi smiled but didn't say anything, appearing unfathomable. Not only was this attitude not suspicious, it was even more convincing. Because of the unfathomable mysteries of the heavens, there were some things that couldn't be said directly and could only be understood. Everyone immediately understood that this matter was most likely related to the mysteries of heaven. Otherwise, Lu Yi would not have known about these things. In the end, he was someone who was chosen by the heavenly secrets. The group of old men felt their hearts ache. Little friend Lu, can the foundations of worlds also devour each other? Someone asked. I don't know about other worlds, but it can be done in the 9 regions. The blood realm that once destroyed the soaring dragon realm could also do it, but there was no need to mention it at this time. Lu Yi had never figured out the relationship between the blood realm and the blood refining realm, and whether they were the same realm. But even if they were not the same realm, there must be some connection between these 2 realms. After all, the blood race lived in both realms. Little friend, if I dare to ask, if we really go on an expedition to the blood refining realm, what are the chances of our 9 regions winning? Now that the enemy is out in the open, and we are in the dark, and we have the blue blood holy land to support us, our chances of winning are not small. Little friend, if we go on an expedition to the blood refining realm, do Cloud River realm cultivators have to participate? Or is it like the counterattack on the insect race's Great Sealed Realm, where only true lake realm cultivators have to participate? The blood refining realm is also very vast, and there are a lot of blood race cultivators. There are many spirit stream realm and Cloud River realm cultivators among them. If we really counterattack the blood refining realm, our Cloud River realm cultivators will have to participate. They will definitely be able to gain merit if they participate, so I think they will be very active. When do we set off? The time has not been set, but I don't think it will be too long. So before that, I need all of you to make preparations before the battle. The scene suddenly became lively. Many people were asking questions, and Lu Yi tried his best to answer. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Cultivators were driven by benefits in the end. Before there were actual benefits, most cultivators were not too enthusiastic about the blood refining realm. Even if they paid attention, it was mainly to guard against the collision between the 2 realms. But after learning that the foundation of the realms could be devoured, the enthusiasm of the Divine Sea Realm cultivators was instantly aroused. The Divine Sea Realm cultivators present included more than 70% of the high-level Divine Sea cultivators of the major sects of the 9 regions. To some extent, their intentions represented the intentions of the entire cultivation world of the 9 regions. The decision they made was also the decision of the entire cultivation world of the 9 regions. Although no one expressed it clearly, everyone knew that the expedition to the blood refining realm had become an established fact. At this time, if anyone dared to disagree, they would inevitably be punished by the crowd. A good celebration banquet had completely changed. It had become a pre-war mobilization for the cultivators of the 9 regions to discuss the expedition to the blood refining realm. Originally, the cultivators of the 9 regions had gathered here to celebrate the victory of the counterattack on the insect clan's great secret realm. Secondly, the high-level leaders of the 2 camps wanted to communicate face-to-face to determine how the 2 camps should get along in the future. Now, all these things had been forgotten. With such a big goal as the blood refining realm in front of them, the grievances between the two camps were nothing. The internal strife between the two camps was indeed fierce, but when they joined forces to fight against the outside world, they were just as fierce. This was due to the various accumulations during the internal strife. At this point, there was nothing for Lu Yi to do. Not to mention the entire 9 regions, even the military province, was not his to control. After all, he was still too young. Besides, Lu Yi was too lazy to care about these things. He was responsible for providing a goal for the cultivation world of the 9 regions. What to do next was none of his business. The leaders of the 9 regions would discuss it carefully. The celebration banquet could not be held. In this situation, no one had the mood to care about the celebration banquet. In the huge square, divine thoughts were communicating and discussing intensely. Lu Yi retreated at the right time. Such a big matter related to the future of the 9 regions was not something that could be decided in a short time. The discussions of the divine ocean realm cultivators would definitely last for a while before they could come up with a specific plan. However, one thing was certain. Once the mobilization order for war was issued, the entire 9 regions would enter an era of armed soldiers. This was the first time the 9 regions would go on an expedition to another realm. It had great commemorative significance. Success or failure would determine the future development of the entire 9 regions. Lu Yi wanted to return to his small courtyard, but he remembered that it had been requisitioned. For a moment, he had nowhere to go. After thinking about it, he leaped out of Grand Sky City and flew in the direction of the Jade Blood Sect. After joining the military province guards, after reaching the True Lake realm, he rarely had the chance to return to his sect. Now that the 9 regions were united, there would not be any friction between the 2 camps in a short time. Therefore, he did not need to guard the Shocking Waves Lake Pass. He could go back to his sect and take a look. At the same time, in the Dark Moon Forest Pass, the clone Li Tai Bai found Lin Yu and handed over his resignation letter. Lu Yi could feel that it would not be long before he set off for the blood refining realm. At that time, the 2 realms would be separated. Without the coordination of the main body in the 9 regions, the clone would definitely not be able to continue. Therefore, he had to take back the clone before he left the 9 regions. After all, the clone still had the root of the talent tree in his body. The talent tree was showing signs of a second transformation. At this time, there could not be any losses. Taking back the root would also allow the talent tree to transform better. Lin Yu was currently communicating with someone. Her expression was constantly changing. Sensing Li Tai Bai's intention, she could not help but be surprised. "Junior Marshal brother, why are you suddenly leaving?" The clone said the prepared words. "I heard the news that the 9 regions has to stay. Therefore, I want to go out and take a look. I hope Senior Marshal's sister will allow me." Lin Yu had also just received all kinds of information about the blood refining realm. Hearing this, she said, "Even so, Junior Marshal brother doesn't have to leave. If you want to cultivate, you can stay in the pass." Li Tai Bai shook his head and said, "Compared to Lu Yi, my knowledge and experience are still too little. He has already made a trip to another world. But I haven't even left the war province. There is really a big gap between us." Hearing him say this, Lin Yu roughly understood Li Tai Bai's thoughts. As far as she knew, Lu Yi was now a 5th-order divine sea realm cultivator. Li Tai Bai had to be careful. No matter which one it was, he would not be willing to be separated by the other person. For a moment, she was a little annoyed. When they counterattacked the insect race's great mystic realm, she did not let Li Tai Bai participate, mainly because she was afraid that something would happen to Li Tai Bai. It was not easy for Myriad Demon Ridge to have a rising star who could compete with Lu Yi. Naturally, she had to protect him well. On the other hand, Lu Yi had made great contributions in the insect race's great mystic realm, making the entire 9 regions owe him a debt of gratitude. In terms of fame, he had left Li Tai Bai far behind. But now, it seemed that she was not considered enough. Thinking that she had seen through Li Taibai's thoughts, Lin Yu also knew that she could not stop him. Forcibly stopping him would only have the opposite effect. So she nodded and said, "Junior Marshall brother is still young. It's good to go out and take a look. When you want to come back, let me know. I will leave the position of Little Pass Master of Dark Moon Forest Pass for you." Chapter 1137. The vast territory of Ao Mountain was originally lush with vegetation and dense forests, but now, except for the several spirit peaks where the two major sects, Jade Blood Sect and Ziwei Dao Palace, were located, the other places were completely barren and had completely become barren. The traces of the insect's rampage could not be repaired in a short period of time. Today, there were only 7 or 8 spirit peaks that still maintained their original appearance in the entire Jade Blood Sect. These spirit peaks were the most important peaks of the sect: the Bright Heart Peak, where Master Yin Shuechi was located, and the Green Bamboo Peak, where Lu Yi was located. In the end, the cultivators on the side of the sect were still too weak. When the insect disaster struck, even if Ziwei Dao Palace sent people to help, they could not protect too much territory. Some insignificant places could only be abandoned. Lu Yi had returned to the Jade Blood Sect yesterday. He first went to see his second senior sister, then paid a visit to his master. After listening to his master's teachings for a while, he returned to the Green Bamboo Peak. He had a good sleep. At his level of cultivation, he basically did not need to deliberately sleep. No matter how tired he was, as long as he closed his eyes and rested for a while, he would be able to recover. However, as a human, many habits engraved in his bones were not so easy to abandon. Since he was conscripted to the Law Division a few years ago, he had been running around. First, he performed a variety of tasks, and then he was sent to the blood refining realm. After returning to 9 regions, he began to deal with the insect disaster, and it would not be long before he returned to the blood refining realm. On the eve of the imminent war, it was good to steal half a day of leisure. Hu Pa was sleeping on his chest, and Yi was nowhere to be found, but she should be with second senior sister. Raising his hand to pick up Hu Pa, Lu Yi walked out of the bamboo building, stretched, and stared in one direction. His thoughts were also scattered, in a daze. After a while, Lu Yi came back to his senses. He raised his hand, patted his cheek, and softly called, "Little Nine." "I'm here." An ethereal voice immediately sounded in his ear. "The world energy in 9 regions is under your control, right?" Lu Yi asked. The wheel of heaven's fate enveloped the 9 provinces. It could be said that everything within the 9 provinces was under the control of the wheel of heaven's fate. It was precisely because of the wheel of heaven's fate that there were battlefield imprints of cultivators. That was why so much information was recorded in the battlefield imprints. Even the merit points and battle achievements obtained from killing enemies would immediately increase. In the past, Lu Yi did not know the mystery of the battlefield imprint, but now that he understood the truth, how could he not know that this was Little Nine's work? The same principle applied to controlling the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Yes, so, the world energy in 9 regions. You deliberately made it so that it's not rich. Although the 9 regions and the blood refining world were both big worlds, there was a fundamental difference, and that was the distribution of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. 9 regions, 9 regions, 9 regions, but 9 regions, 9 regions, where the world's 9 regions, 9 regions had world regions had regions. However, the 9 prefectures were different. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the 9 prefectures had never been dense. Even the soaring dragon realm, which Lu Yi had visited before, had denser spiritual energy of heaven and earth than the 9 prefectures. That was why the low-level cultivators gathered at the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield. That was because those 2 places had the heaven and earth spirit chi that cultivators needed for their cultivation. When one's cultivation reached the true lake stage, There was no need to consider the environment when cultivating. This was because the cultivation method was based on borrowing the secrets of the heavens. As long as one had enough merits, one could open up a channel for the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. This was obviously not normal. There was an external force interfering. It was hard to say whether the current environment in 9 regions was good or bad, but the cultivators had long been accustomed to this kind of cultivation method, which had been the case for generations. If you want to cultivate, you have to follow the rules. Before you refine me, I can't provide you with any direct benefits. Little 9 clearly misunderstood something, thinking that Lu Yi wanted to give it special treatment. I don't need it. Lu Yi shook his head. He was very satisfied with his current cultivation speed. As long as he wanted to, his cultivation could quickly improve. In terms of cultivation efficiency alone, no one in the entire 9 states could compare with him. The 9 states needs it. Why? Little 9's puzzled voice sounded. 9 regions is currently barren and needs to recover as soon as possible. With more heaven and earth spirit chi, the recovery will be faster. So I'll have to trouble you to replenish 9 regions with more heaven and earth spirit chi. Little 9 understood. As you wish. As soon as it finished speaking, Lu Yi clearly felt a tremor under his feet. Then boundless heaven and earth spirit chi gushed out from an unknown place and spread out in the Ao mountain area. At the same time, the entire 9 regions had such strange movements all over. Countless cultivators' expressions changed greatly. This was because after the last large-scale strange movement, countless cracks appeared all over the 9 regions. Then an insect disaster swept through the entire 9 regions, wreaking havoc in the 9 regions for several years. Therefore, after feeling such strange movements again, the cultivators couldn't help but have a bad premonition. No one knew what was going to happen. But soon, the cultivators noticed that as the strange movements spread out, the density of heaven and earth spirit chi in the 9 regions continued to increase. No one knew what was going on, but for the human race of the 9 regions, this was definitely a good thing. The increase in the density of heaven and earth spirit chi was of great help to the recovery of 9 regions' origin chi. It could even be said that it could shorten the cycle of cultivation for mortals, allowing them to grow the crops they needed to live in a short period of time. On top of the green bamboo peak, Lu Yi quietly sensed the changes, feeling a little emotional. He had never thought that there would be a day when a few words from him could cause a change in the entire 9 provinces. Although it was Little 9 who had done all this, he had played a role in pushing it forward. In the end, Little 9 was only an artifact spirit. Even if it had existed for thousands of years, in terms of logic, it was not as meticulous as the human race. It must have also noticed this. Perhaps this was the reason why it found Lu Yi and wanted to cooperate with him. In just over 2 hours, the heaven and earth spirit chi in the 9 regions had more than doubled, and the strange movements gradually disappeared. Lu Yi jumped up and rushed towards the direction of the guarding peak. The figures of cultivators were flying back and forth on Ao Mountain. They were the cultivators of the Jade Blood Sect. In the past, every time Lu Yi returned, there were only the sect master, second senior sister, and master Yun Shui Chu in the sect. Because of cultivation, the disciples were usually gathered in the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield. But after returning this time, he could clearly feel that the sect had become lively. He also saw many faces that he had not seen in a long time. Wan Lingyu, Kong Niu, Chun Yu, Hixin, and Guyang, and Luo Qisheng, both of whom were Hua Xi's companions. Luo Qisheng, Chun Yu, and Hixin, both of whom had joined the Jade Blood Sect when they first joined the Jade Blood Sect. Even if he had not seen them for several years, Lu Yi could still recognize them at a glance. They were all Cloud River realm cultivators, and basically all of them were above the 7th order. The one with the highest cultivation was undoubtedly Qin Yu, who is now at the 9th order Cloud River realm. He was only one step away from the true lake realm. Compared to Lu Yi, their cultivation speed was very slow. Even if they were not compared to Lu Yi and only compared to Hua Xiai, they were still far behind. However, this was the normal cultivation speed of ordinary cultivators. Lu Ye's cultivation speed was above average because of the talent tree, while Hua Xi's cultivation speed was due to her unique inheritance. This kind of supreme opportunity was not something that just anyone could come across. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, Lu Yi had exchanged battlefield marks with many sect garrison envoys. But now there were only a few people who could keep up with his cultivation speed. Only fourth senior brother and Feng Yuechan could barely keep up. But it was because of this large number of ordinary cultivators that the cultivation world of the 9 continents had a stable foundation, which was passed down from generation to generation. Some familiar names and faces would never exist, but cultivation was like this. There would always be dangers. According to second senior sister, there were still a few disciples in this generation who were talented and had a promising future, especially a disciple named Tang Jian, who had joined the Jade Blood sect in the same batch as him. Now he was only at the Spirit Stream realm. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy translation. Some familiar names and faces would never exist, but cultivation was like this. There would always be dangers. According to second senior sister, among this generation of disciples, there were quite a few who were quite talented and had promising futures. In particular, there was a disciple called Tang Jian who had joined the Jade Blood sect at the same time as him. Now he was only in the Spirit Stream tier, but he had already broken through to the Cloud River tier. His cultivation speed was even faster than Lu Ye's, and he would probably reach the True Lake realm in a few years' time. His talent was considered top-notch in the entire 9 continents and was worth nurturing. Lu Yi did not see this junior brother, because after solving the insect problem, this junior brother had returned to the Cloud River battlefield to cultivate. Yes, Lu Yi did not see this junior brother, because after solving the insect problem, this junior brother had returned to the Cloud River battlefield to cultivate. He asked second senior sister for a meal on the guard peak. As food, Lu Yi was filled with nostalgia. When his cultivation was not high, second senior sister would often cook medicinal meals for him. Now that his cultivation was high, he rarely had the chance to eat such good food. Eating and sleeping were both habits that were hard to give up. Second senior sister asked many questions about the blood refinement realm, and Lu Yi told her everything. Looking at her, it was obvious that she wanted to participate in the expedition to the blood refinement realm. Lu Yi could understand. After all, big senior brother was there, and second senior sister wanted to do her part. Moreover, she was a precious spirit ocean realm medical cultivator. If the expedition to the blood refinement realm was really going to happen, the military province would definitely ask her to participate. She could not run away from this. With her around, she might be able to save many lives in times of danger. Lu Yi did not stay at the guard peak for long. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he wiped his mouth and returned to the green bamboo peak. There was no other reason. Gan Wudong had sent him a message, asking him to refine as many twin chi connecting array discs as possible. When attacking the insect race's Great Mystery Realm, there were enough array discs to use because only True Lake realm cultivators and above participated in that battle. Not only were there enough array discs, but there was also a surplus. However, the expedition to the blood refinement realm was different. When the time came, even Cloud River realm cultivators would have to participate, and the demand for twin chi connecting array discs would be great. Therefore, for the 9 continents, the more array discs there were, the better. However, only Lu Yi could refine them. Naturally, he was duty-bound. 82 Chinese Network. Chapter 1138. His clone, Li Taibai, quietly returned while Lu Yi condensed a new one. Inside the green bamboo peak, both his main body and clone went to work, refining the twin chi-linked spirit array without a moment's rest. He didn't know how long he could stay in the 9 states, but it wouldn't be long. Before he left for the blood refining realm, he needed to contribute as much as possible. While he was busy here, some news spread rapidly within the 9 states under the influence of some people. There was a realm called the blood refining realm that was approaching the 9 states world. In the blood refining realm, there lived a race called the blood race. The blood race was evil and ferocious, feeding on humans. They could strengthen themselves by drinking human blood, especially the blood of cultivators, which was a great supplement for the blood race. Now, the blood refining realm had noticed the existence of the 9 states world and was preparing to invade the 9 states world to enslave the humans of the 9 states. When the news spread, it immediately caused an uproar. At first, the cultivators who didn't know the truth only thought it was a rumor. The blood refining realm and the blood race were too illusory. Without experiencing it personally, who would believe it so easily? Not to mention the cultivators with low cultivation. If Lu Yi hadn't borrowed the power of Xiaojiao at the celebration banquet, it would have been difficult for him to win the trust of the high-level cultivators. But as time passed, all kinds of news spread all over the sky. One after another, respected Ninth Order cultivators stood out to confirm the authenticity of the news. Only then did the 9 states cultivation world realize that this absurd news was not a rumor, but a real event that was about to happen. There was indeed a blood refining realm, and it was indeed approaching the 9 states. There were many blood race who fed on humans, so a collision between the 9 states cultivation world and the blood race was inevitable. There was no panic or fear. The 9 states cultivation world, from the spirit sea realm to the spirit stream realm, were all rubbing their hands and sharpening their swords. They had just experienced a battle to counterattack the insect race's great secret realm, so the cultivation world's morale was high. Why would they be afraid of another war? One had to know that only cultivators above the True Lake realm could participate in the battle to counterattack the insect race's great secret realm. The cultivators who survived all gained a lot of merit points. The Spirit Stream realm and Cloud River realm cultivators weren't qualified to participate. But if the cultivators of 2 realms collided, a full-scale war would break out. At that time, even the Spirit Stream realm and Cloud River realm cultivators could participate. For cultivators, anything that could earn merit points was something they yearned for. In a short time later, the 9 states cultivation world. A's cultivation seclusion. A seclusion, a large number of cultivators is sex seclusion, chamber of commerce sex and seclusion. A, seclusion and secluded, could. Seclusion, a large number of cultivators hall and sect. Cult of cultivators, of them, and spirit artifact. S realm experts realm, and realm. Cult of cultivators is realm. Cultivators realm. Cult of cultivator S world realm. They intended to spread the news about the blood refinement realm and the blood race first. Originally, they planned to wait for the news to ferment for a while before mobilizing before the war. This S realm cultivators realm T realm. S realm cultivators realm cultive realm was realm and realm. Everyone underestimated the fighting spirit of the 9 states cultivators. However, if one thought about it, it wasn't all that strange. Cultivators of the 9 continents would enter the spirit stream battlefield from the moment they began to practice cultivation. They would constantly participate in all sorts of battles, and such battles would be passed down from generation to generation. Perhaps the desire to fight had already become an ingrained instinct in the bones of the 9 continents' cultivators. In the past, they could only fight with the cultivators of the enemy camp. When the insect disaster ravaged the 9 states' cultivation world, everyone turned their attention to the insect race. However, Too many cultivators couldn't participate in the battle to counterattack the insect race's great secret realm. Now that an evil race like the Blood Tribe had appeared, it gave them a chance to participate. The 9 states cultivation world's fighting spirit was high, but what should be spread still had to be spread. Gradually, more news spread. It was said that there were a large number of humans living in the blood refinement realm. They were all enslaved by the Blood Tribe and lived like pigs. When this news spread, it caused the cultivators to be filled with righteous indignation. Although the 2 camps in the cultivation world of the 9 regions had been fighting endlessly, their stance towards mortals was the same. That was, they would never allow the fight between cultivators to affect mortals, let alone bully and oppress them. Of course, there might be some dirty tricks in the dark, but on the surface, the cultivators of the 2 camps had such an attitude. The mortals of the 9 states were protected by the cultivation world because mortals were the foundation of the cultivation world. But the mortals of the blood refinement realm were being raised like pigs and dogs by the Blood Tribe. How could they tolerate this? For a time, the slogan of killing all the Blood Tribe and saving the human race was shouted. The public opinion of the entire cultivation world was in a good direction. All that was left was to wait. No one knew when the 2 realms would collide and when the war would come, but that day would come. One day, more than a month after the celebration banquet, Lu Yi was refining the twin spirit connection array disc when he suddenly felt something. What should come would come in the end. It wasn't sudden. He had already sensed it before, and this time was within his expectations. After dealing with the unrefined array disc in his hand, Lu Yi raised his hand and pressed it on his clone. In a flash, the clone disappeared. Lu Yi, are you leaving? Yi, who had been cultivating beside him, suddenly opened her eyes. Lu Yi nodded. In the end, I have to go first. To go on an expedition to the blood refinement realm. He had to make some preparations first. It was impossible to move with the 9 states cultivation world army. Only the more perfect his preparations were, the smoother the expedition would be. He had told Yi about this before, and he didn't plan to take her with him. The blood refinement realm was not the 9 regions. If he took her, he would also have to take Hupa, which would be inconvenient for him to move around. For this reason, he exchanged a lot of golden spirit sticks from the War Merit Pavilion for Yi to use for her and Hupo's cultivation. Then you must be careful, Yi exhorted. Lu Yi nodded and pushed the door open. He flew in the direction of Shou Zhengfeng, found his second senior sister Shui Yuan, and gave her the twin spirit connection array disc that he had refined during this time. Shui Yuan obviously also sensed something, and she just silently handed over some healing pills that she had refined. There was no need to remind her too much. Now Lu Ye's cultivation level was about to surpass hers, and in terms of strength, he was definitely stronger than her. Shui Yuan was well aware of this. Lu Yi received it and carefully put it away. Only then did he come to the Tianji Hall. He raised his hand and pressed it on the Tianji pillar. The void in front of him distorted, and a few small objects suddenly appeared. They were Tianji pillars, and there were as many as 100 of them. Thinking back, before he was sent to the shattered, peerless continent, there was a member of the Tianji Business Alliance waiting for him at the gathering place and giving him 4 Tianji pillars. It was with the help of these 4 Tianji pillars that Little Nine had completely opened the connection with the peerless continent and sent a large number of Cloud River tier cultivators over. The peerless continent was a fragment of a realm and only needed 4 Tianji pillars. However, the blood refinement realm was a large realm and naturally needed more Tianji pillars. Even 100 might not be enough. The mission was already very clear. Lu Yi needed to first rush to the blood refinement realm and set up these 100 Tianji pillars in various parts of the blood refinement realm. When the time was right, the army of cultivators from the 9 states could borrow the teleportation of the Tianji pillars to directly descend on various parts of the blood refinement realm. Then they would descend from the heavens and scatter flowers in the blood refinement realm. Just as Lu Yi had said to those high-level cultivators before, the current situation of the two realms was that the enemy was in the open and they were in the dark. Thus, the matter of the expedition was still very promising. After all, the people of the blood refinement realm would not expect that cultivators from the other realm would suddenly descend. When the time came, they would definitely be caught off guard. Under Shui Yuan's attention, the void around Lu Yi, who was standing beside the Tianji pillars, began to distort like water ripples. Immediately afterward, Lu Ye's whole person suddenly disappeared. Lu Ye's mind rose infinitely again, and the feeling of being teleported over a long distance made him feel a little dizzy for a moment. No matter how many times he experienced this feeling, it was difficult to get used to. However, compared to before, the feeling was much better. This was not only because of the huge increase in his cultivation base, but also because of the huge increase in his physique. After refining a large amount of the insect queen's life force, Lu Yi did not know how strong his physique was now. The strength of his physique and the increase in his strength would naturally reduce the discomfort caused by the teleportation. Of course, it must also be because the distance between the two realms had become closer. Calculating the time, the last time Lu Yi was sent to the blood refinement realm was almost 4 years ago. After such a long time, the distance between the blood refinement realm and the 9 states must have shortened a lot. His rising mind suddenly stabilized, and in the next moment, a huge realm imprinted in his eyes. The corner of Lu Ye's eyes twitched. Again, last time he looked down on the entire blood refinement realm like this. As a result, after entering the blood refinement realm, his cultivation base was sealed, and it took a lot of effort to recover his original strength. However, the previous experience was because Little Nine wanted to conceal his existence so that he would not be detected by the blood refinement realms of heaven and earth. Now that his existence had been exposed, there was no reason for him to do it again. Thinking of this, Lu Yi suddenly found that the shape of the blood refinement realm was a little strange. Although it was not the first time he looked at it like this, the last time he experienced it, he was completely confused. He did not understand the situation at all, so he did not think too much about it. This time, when he looked again, he suddenly found some places that he had not noticed before. The shape of the entire blood refinement realm looked like a gourd, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. However, if he looked carefully, it looked like a torso, the torso of a woman, and it was the kind of torso that had her head and limbs cut off by an owl. The reason why he had such a thought was because Lu Yi had once crossed half of the blood refinement realm. The blood refinement realm had 2 towering jade peaks, which were the 2 highest mountains in the entire realm. The strange thing was that these 2 peaks were the same height, corresponding to the left and right sides of the torso, which was very vivid. 82 Chinese Network. Chapter 1139. Following this train of thought, the cloud, radish plain behind the twin peaks of the heavenly jade pillar was the lower abdomen of the torso. What about the divine gate C embedded in the cloud radish plain? Navel? Lu Yi was taken aback by this sudden thought. This should just be a coincidence. After all, if such a thing was true, it would be too terrifying. A great world like the blood refining realm was actually just the torso of a female creature. If she was complete, just how huge would she have been? Who in this world could cut off the head and limbs of such a creature? But, according to common sense, the divine gate C was indeed the navel. While Lu Yi was filled with doubts, his elevated state of mind suddenly sank, as if he had fallen from the clouds into an abyss. When Lu Yi came back to his senses, he had appeared in a large hall with a heaven's fate pillar in front of him. Lu Yi immediately understood where he was in heaven's fate hall on the holy mountain. This was also expected, as he had returned to the 9 states from here. Now that he had returned, he would naturally return to this place. This was different from the first time Little Nine sent him to the blood refining realm. The first time, the Tianji pillar was still in a dormant state and couldn't be used as a teleportation location. Moreover, Little Nine seemed to have the intention of letting him experience the customs of the blood-refining realm, so he randomly sent him to a place in the blood-refining realm. After that, he encountered all kinds of things in the blood-refining realm. A muffled clap of thunder came from above his head. Lu Yi could clearly feel a thick malice lingering around him. The atmosphere of the entire world seemed extremely oppressive, causing his hair to stand on end. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as if a great disaster was about to befall him. Lu Yi was a little confused about what was going on and quickly left Heaven's Fate Hall. When he looked up, his eyes couldn't help shrinking. The dark clouds in the sky were heavy and many lightning bolts were flickering. It was as if lightning dragons were rolling in the clouds. This was where the thick malice came from. The moment Lu Yi walked out of Heaven's Fate Hall, a thunderclap rang out and a thunder dragon snaked down from the clouds, falling straight towards his location. Lu Yi couldn't help feeling like a great disaster was about to befall him. Even though he had now broken through to the fifth order divine sea realm and his foundation was profound, he still seemed weak in front of such an attack. This was no ordinary attack. This was divine punishment. It was the manifestation of the will of heaven and earth in the blood-refining realm. In a short moment, Lu Yi figured out his situation. The blood-refining realm had the will of heaven and earth. He had known this for a long time. Therefore, any external power would be viewed as an enemy by the will of heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Little Nine had sealed his and Dao Shursan's strength when he sent him here. Only by doing so could they deceive the will of heaven and earth of the blood-refining realm and prevent Lu Yi from being targeted. For example, the eldest senior brother, Yu Ji and Jian Guhong. These old seniors all used this method to sneak into the blood-refining realm. When they first arrived, everyone's strength was sealed. However, it was different this time. Lu Yi had directly teleported here through the Pillar of Heavenly Secrets. His whereabouts were clear, and his cultivation base was intact. If it was said that the last time was a stowaway, then this time was a blatant invasion. The will of heaven and earth in the blood-refining realm sensed it immediately and sent down a heavenly punishment. For the blood-refining realm, Lu Yi was an external invader, and an invader who harbored great malice toward the entire realm. Naturally, he couldn't exist in this world. From this point of view, the will of heaven and earth of the blood refinement realm was extremely clear. It might not have the intelligence of Little Nine, nor would it communicate with the creatures of the blood refinement realm, but its existence was extremely strong and clear. At this moment, it was using its own method to deal with the invader, Lu Yi. The Thunder Dragon descended with the power to destroy everything. Above the Saint Island, a transparent light curtain suddenly formed in the shape of a half-moon, enveloping the entire Saint Island. At the same time, the auras of divine sea realm cultivators began to fluctuate all over the Saint Island. The masters of the Jade Blood Sacred Land sensed something was wrong and activated the Saint Island's protective array. With a rumble, the Thunder Dragon landed on the light curtain of the protective array. Under the worried gazes of many pairs of eyes, the light curtain caved in fiercely, and the activated lightning ran along the edge of the light curtain. In the blink of an eye, the entire Saint Island's protective light curtain was covered in bright lightning. Fortunately, the protective array blocked the heavenly punishment this time, and when the lightning disappeared, the depression in the light curtain also slowly returned to normal. But in the sky, the dark clouds were getting thicker and thicker, and an even stronger power was rapidly gathering. It was foreseeable that the next heavenly punishment would be even stronger than this one. The will of heaven and earth of the blood-smelting world clearly wanted to kill this intruder, Lu Yi, right now. Lu Ye's eyelids twitched as he watched this, and the sense of dread and anxiety grew stronger. An unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him, making him feel as if there was a thorn in his back. He tried to restrain his aura, but to no avail. For a moment, Lu Yi was speechless. He never expected that he would encounter such a crisis on this trip to the blood-refining realm. Now, not only was he in danger, but he even implicated the entire jade, blood-sacred land. With a loud bang, the second lightning strike fell, and whether it was speed or power, it was obviously much greater than the first. Roars came from all over the Saint Island, and powerful spiritual energy, fluctuations, crazily fluctuated. Obviously, the Spirit Sea Realm cultivators were doing their best to stimulate the power of the protective array. When the lightning dragon fell, the light curtain of the grand array caved in again. Outside the light curtain, lightning swam, and from a distance, the entire Saint Island seemed to have turned into half a ball of lightning. The mortals on the Saint Island were extremely frightened, and no one knew what was going on. Why did it look like the end of the world had arrived? Lu Yi was suspended in mid-air at this moment, activating his concealment and aura concealment spirit runes, but it was useless. Thoughts raced through his mind as he tried to find a way to break out of this situation. According to the strength of this heavenly punishment, the Saint Island's protective array could only hold on for a while longer before it was bound to break. Once the protective array was broken, if he continued to stay here, it would bring disaster to the entire Saint Island. At that time, not only would he die, but countless mortals and cultivators on the Saint Island would die. Returning to the 9 regions, it was a solution. But if he didn't solve the problem of being targeted by the world will of the blood refinement realm, even if he could return to the 9 provinces this time, he would still encounter the same situation when he came back. The last time he and Dao Shisan sneaked in, there was a gradual process of recovering their strength, so they weren't targeted by the world will of the blood refinement realm. The key to recovering his strength was to obtain something that carried the information of this realm, such as eating the flesh of the demon beasts of this realm, refining the blood crystals of the blood race of this realm. On the contrary, Lu Yi ate the spirit pills and other things stored in his storage bag, but it was useless. At this point, Lu Ye's mind flashed, and he vaguely grasped the key. The world will of the blood refinement realm was indeed clear and strong, but it hadn't reached the level of giving birth to sentience. To a certain extent, it was impossible for the world will of the blood refinement realm to give birth to sentience. Little 9 was a special existence. It was an artifact spirit that had fused with a part of the world will of the 9 provinces. Without sentience, no matter how clear and strong it was easy to be deceived. Therefore, obtaining something that carried the information of this realm was a means of deception. It would make the world will of the blood refinement realm make the wrong judgment that this person was a person from the realm. Then the target would naturally be eliminated. This was also the reason why Lu Yi had to eat the demon beasts of this realm to recover his strength the last time he came. The most intuitive understanding was that Lu Yi, the foreign invader, was now full of the aura of the 9 provinces. Even if there were hundreds of millions of people in the blood refinement realm, his existence was as bright as a lamp in the dark, so it was easy to target him. But if he could find a way to change his aura, he would be able to stand out from the crowd. Lu Yi already had a plan on how to change his aura. While Tian Fa was still brewing the 3rd and fiercer thunderbolt, he had already jumped up and rushed straight out of the sacred island. "Junior brother!" Eldest senior brother's cry of alarm came from behind. He had already noticed Lu Yi when he first arrived, but Tian Fa had arrived, so he really didn't have time to greet Lu Yi. He was busy urging the power of the defensive formation with the other seniors who stayed behind to guard the sacred island. At this moment, seeing Lu Yi rushing out of the sacred island, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He naturally understood who Tian Fa was targeting. If his junior brother hid on the sacred island, he might still have a chance of survival, but if he left the sacred island and lost the protection of the defensive formation, there was no way he could survive. Even he didn't dare face such a Tian Fa head-on. "Eldest senior brother, don't worry. I'll be right back," Lu Yi replied simply. He had already arrived outside the sacred island and plunged into the blood sea. To be on the safe side, he directly urged the Blood River art to spread out his own blood sea. At the same time, the power of his talent tree was activated, wildly swallowing and refining the power contained in the blood sea. For others, perhaps carrying the power of this realm's information would require a gradual process that couldn't be achieved in a short period of time. But for him, it didn't need to be. The clouds in the sky were as thick as ink, constantly roiling. On the sacred island, pairs of eyes looked up with nervous expressions. Lightning shuttled through the inky clouds, and the third Tian Fa was about to condense, but it still hadn't arrived. After a while, the lightning began to fade, and the inky clouds above the sacred island also began to slowly disperse. After a while more, the inky clouds completely vanished, and that stifling feeling also vanished. Above the sacred island, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. The change was so great that it made people feel like they were in a dream. Zero, as a result, the divine sea realm cultivators of the Saint Island knew that the crisis was over. They all let out a long sigh of relief. The scene of the heavenly punishment descending just now was truly frightening. Even they had never seen it before. One figure after another flew out from all over the sacred island. Under Feng Wujiang's lead, they all rushed to where Lu Yi had disappeared. They calmly waited. After a while, the blood sea began to roil, and a figure broke through the waves. Junior brother. Feng Wujiang's worry was swept away, and he smiled. Lu Yi flew up and respectfully bowed to everyone. Greetings, senior brother. Greetings, seniors. I've returned. 82 Chinese Network.